Once or twice. Is Don right here?
Biscoff cookies.
Oh, thank you.
Is it?
Little cookies there, Joe.
Thank you. Huh?
Each little Biscoff cookies.
Heck yeah.
Well, it's
All right.
Oh, yeah.
well, we want to call a meeting order to have. I'll call the meeting to order. Want to welcome everybody that's here tonight. And, we've got, looks like we got a full night ahead of us looking at the agenda. So, but with the city council we got and all working together, we'll get through this. So, I would like to take a moment of silence for Mayor Black, if you would, please. Thank you. We will, all that's available, we'll stand and, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Next on the agenda, we got acceptance or resignation to council member Joe Davenport following appointment as mayor. So I've, Pete, you got a copy, you sent a copy of that out.
Yeah, I sent one.
So is that all we need to do?
Just to put it in the record that he resigned, effective,
She loved it.
yeah, Constitution requires that, when one office is taken, but incompatible offices, it automatically vacates the previous office. So when Joe was elected a mayor pro tem, he automatically vacated his office as, council member, but just in case, any ambiguity, I asked him to sign a, written resignation of his position. And so I'd like to introduce that into the record if I could.
I think you sent that out in an email, didn't you?
Yes, he did.
Right.
Yeah, everybody, all the city council members should have received it. Yeah.
I'm not able to make a motion. I'm just.
Is that, should some,
Lawyer.
you know,
I'll
should
make,
someone make?
I'll make a motion that we accept that resignation
I'll
on the
second.
city council position.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Who's second? Lucy? All right, you got a second, Lucy? Okay, thank y'all. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next, we got the roll call of council members. Heather?
Councilmember Bishop,
Here.
Councilmember Ricketts,
Here.
Councilmember Kinzer,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Powell,
Here.
Councilmember Kamer,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
7.
Motion carries. Number 6, approval of the minutes from July the 6th. I'm sorry, I mixed one. Yeah, approval of August 3rd, 2026 agenda, today's agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a recommendation that we move number 8 to either just behind number 9, or we move it to behind number 19.
Okay. Let's do number 9.
Yeah, let's do
It's up
number
to
9.
me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we move number 8 to just behind number 9. So it'll become the new number 10.
Number 8, behind number 9, or
Yes.
number 10, yeah,
We could just switch 8 and 9's numbers.
yeah, just switch 8. and 9.
Okay, let's go with that.
Do you need a second on that?
How'd you make the motion?
Yes.
Did you second it? I'll second it. I'll second that motion.
Got a first and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, now next we got approval of minutes from July the 6th, 2026 city council meeting. Got those in your packet. Any mistakes in that or?
Motion to approve the minutes from July 6th as presented.
I'll second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, motion carries.
Mayor, I have a question on the minutes. And I know we had that special meeting last week. Is that those minutes going to be in the packet next month? Okay, that's right. Thank you.
One other thing too on the agenda, I'd sent an email and asked that the council consider doing John Black Day for the next trackside tunes, and I don't see it anywhere, and I don't see any discussion on it or anything.
That could be new. That's good.
Oh, I could make it new business, so, all right, never mind, we're good.
Okay. Next, we got the city administration, Cindy.
Before I go, Joe, I just wanted to say that I see an awful lot of little leaguers in here, so did we want to do something with them before we start into city business?
That coming under, Trey.
We were gonna cover in public comment, so that'll be right after
Okay.
you're done with your
Okay, I was
piece.
just, they looked a little fidgety, so.
Yeah, they're next,
Talk fast, Sandy.
they're next on the agenda after you, Cindy.
Yes.
You guys are all behaving very well, so thank you very much. I know it's a little boring.
And so are the parents.
Yeah.
Okay, the first group of items that we'll go through is the check register. There is an item, on page 2 that I want to point out. Towards the bottom, there is an item, that says grant money was received for the cigarette containers. We spent $2,735 to purchase these to put around the city. And I want to let everyone know that code enforcement, Stephanie Winther, was able to obtain a grant for the city to be able to purchase these of $3,500. So we still have a little bit of money left to purchase these items. If anybody wants to hear from Stephanie about what type of grant this was, or, you know, what we can spend it on, she's more than welcome to come up and answer any questions.
Thank you, grant writer Stephanie. Good job.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie.
Another item that I just wanted to bring to your attention, unfortunately, we had a little bit of extraordinary expenses for the police department. This month, we had an issue with one of the patrol cars that we had to purchase a new engine for the car. So that was $11,000. Also on page 11, we spent $1,600 for, it says Friday Night Special LLC. What that was the band performance the night before Oldham County Day. And I want to thank tourism for their $500 contribution to help cover that expense.
And Project Guild.
And Project Guild. Sorry. Also, of note, on page 13, $46,612 that we paid to Miranda Construction. That was our last and final payment with Miranda as it relates to the Eagle Creek Golf Course Clubhouse. We did have some construction issues out there, and we did entertain a settlement with Miranda. So this is the final balance that was due on the retainage. Those are all the special items that I have on the payables report. If anybody has any additional questions.
A question on the payables?
Yeah, what was on page 7? What was the Southwest Airlines? American
I believe
Airlines.
those were airline purchases for code enforcement to go to their conference in September.
Okay.
September, or October.
Okay.
Motion to approve the payables.
So,
Second.
is that all the questions on payables?
Trey made a motion.
Oh, you made a motion?
Trey did.
Yes,
I
sir.
Oh,
seconded.
Trey made a motion. Got a
Sir.
second?
Kenneth.
Kenneth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries on the payables. Next, we have the financial report.
As you can see on this group of reports, that there is not a 26-27 budget to make any comparisons to for the expenses in July, for lack of an improved budget. So hopefully we can get those numbers incorporated into this report back again next month. One note that I did have on this report that you might see that I didn't bring up on the payables registers, that we had our annual property liability and auto insurance renewal for the city and work comp, and that was $212,000.
Now, what was that? What was that? Repeat that, what it was for.
It was for auto liability, property, and work comp
Okay.
insurance. Now, that's the annual premium.
Does that liability include city, like sidewalks, for example, if somebody trips on the sidewalk? Stuff
Yes,
like
it
that?
does.
Includes everything?
Yes, it does. It includes council, includes law enforcement.
Wow, in that case.
Yeah, it does. It even includes the city's works of art. Does anybody have any additional questions on the financial reports?
Motion to approve financial.
Second. Oh, you need a motion first. Motion.
I'll second.
Motion been made, second by Tasha. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Balance and investment report.
Cash is holding strong. Obviously, as you can see in the report here, we haven't had a whole lot of change in the balance. The investment total still stands at 14.2 million. And the remainder, we do have some restricted cash, our opioid funds, the health department and the Peyton Trust for parks. But the rest of it is general operating funds.
Questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the bank account balance report.
I'll second.
I just have one question on that.
Yeah.
On the drug forfeiture funds, the LaGrange Police Drug Fund, is that per month or is that for the whole year? We get a whopping $13.
So that is just a balance in the account. So what that balance relates to is anytime the police department makes a seizure, we get a portion of the funds if it's approved and released by the court. So that's not a standard reoccurring payment. So it's as people forfeit property.
Okay.
If they seize a vehicle or they actually seize cash. There was a significant release of funds a few months ago. We got about $35,000 in cash that was released to us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Did you guys have a motion and approve the financial report?
We have a motion, but it's not been voted on yet.
Okay.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, I just,
Thank-
before we go to public comment, I do want to bring up one thing just real quick. I had a citizen of the community reach out to me about Senate Bill 192 related to financial reporting. And the initial response that we got back from our auditors is that we would not qualify for any of the conditions under that Senate bill, as we have LaGrange utilities that's included in our audits, which puts us over the $15 million mark. So unless we can get a different ruling that we can exclude them as part of our audit reporting, then we would not be eligible for that Senate bill. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Cindy. Okay, we're skipping. Next, we'll go to number 9, public comment. Superintendent Claudette Harold. Oh,
Is it okay if we
okay. I thought that
have
was
the
Little League.
Little League be addressed first? Okay.
Oh. Where's Little League on there? Oh, Little League's not on here. I thought this was, okay, not bad.
Is it okay if I make an opening
Yeah, go
remark?
ahead.
Take
Great.
it away,
Okay,
Trey.
all right,
Take it away,
because
Trey.
I'm sure all these folks want to do something else than listen to us talk until midnight. But I just want to say, as the City of LaGrange's Parks Chairman and Parks Committee member for nearly 12 years, I can say that we made strides together in improving our park system. I believe in our investment in LaGrange's park system for family activities and youth athletics. This budget season is no different, as we have some items in the budget that are helping to support North Oldham Little League and Walsh Park. North Oldham Little League is something that brings our community together and teaches youth to work together and be part of a team. With that said, we had 5 teams this year from ages 7 to 12 years old that played fantastic, and we were able to bring home 2 state championships this year. So that's awesome. I was going to say stand and be recognized, but I think half of you already are. So we had a 7U team play in Richmond, Kentucky. They were semifinalists. So if you could stand, if you're already not standing. Thank you. We had an 8U team also play in Richmond, and they were able to bring home one of the 2 state championships. So if you could stand, if you're not already. We had a 11U softball team that they played at South Oldham, and they had a lot of success making it there. So if there's any 11U softball team members, if they could stand and be recognized. And then we also had a 12U softball team also play at South for the state. And if there's any of those ladies here, if they could stand and be recognized as well.
Trey,
Thank you. And last but not least, so there's a 12U team. They played in Grayson City. It's in Carter County. They won the state championship, and they are continuing to play and represent LaGrange, Oldham County, Kentucky. So I see a lot of them already standing. So if we give a round of applause to them as well.
Good job, kids.
I did ask if their manager could come and speak on their behalf and share a little bit more details on their path. So that is Brandon Berry. If he could come forward.
Come on, Brandon.
Turn your mic on.
You have to hold the button until it turns green. There you go.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Gary and Matthew Teague are back here in the back, so they were also helping the coach. And they are definitely the brains of the operation. I just want to say thank you to everything that you guys have done. Brad would have been up here. He's got some things that he has to deal with back at the fields. But first off, too, this guy right here, Trey is up at the baseball field as much as anybody, and I don't know, because I've never been to a meeting, I don't know if he gets the recognition that he should, but Brad was out for a week or so, and Trey opens the fields, he rakes the fields, he opens the bathrooms, he was there. This was my first time ever managing a team, so a lot of times I was going to him and asking him rules, and I just want to say thank you to Trey in front of everybody, too, because he works extremely hard. So I was at North Oldham from the time that I was 7 years old until I aged out. I know that Matthew Teague and Gary Teague were too. My dad coached me. Everything at North just has a very fond place in my heart, and I know that everybody here feels that way too. We actually get to play on ESPN Plus Saturday night at 7 o'clock, so I want to make sure everybody knows that. If we win, we're on ESPN, the actual ESPN. I'm not sure if that's Sunday or so, but anyway, it's really cool. So also just, saying thank you for everything that you do for all of our families, for all of us. I did also, I was just kind of asked, and I wanted to make a pitch too, that, everything at North Oldham Little League, we have fields and we have sizes that basically after the 12-year-old year, which is what a lot of these boys back in the back are, you age out. And so we have to find other areas that we can play Little League. And South Oldham does have a field that a lot of times 13-year-old kids will go over to South Oldham and play. But we have something special at North Oldham. I think you all can see that. I think it's really cool. And any opportunity that would ever come available for kids that after the 12U year, they all want to stay and play. But, you know, we have to find other options. Whether that's in Louisville, whether that's at South Oldham, or finding different teams. And so if there was ever a chance for all of us as a parent group, as coaches, to advocate, I think that it's known that maybe there's an option for another field to be bought, or for us to have a field that maybe a 13-year-old league or a 14-year-old league will be able to play in. I would just ask that as somebody who's been a part of North Oldham for 30 years now. That would be wonderful for my son. And for so many others. And so that's an ask. I don't like doing that. But I did just want to say thank you for all that you guys do to help North Oldham, to help all of us. And we're so excited to be able to take our message out and hopefully go to Williamsport soon. So thanks for all you guys do.
If there's a, to help you support your all's endeavor, could you
Yes. So I'm sure somebody in the back has probably got a QR code or a Venmo, but we would, if anybody wants to support us, what I will say is this is my first year managing a team, and I am not the baseball guy. Those two geniuses back here in the back, Gary and Matthew, raise your hand, please, guys, because they're the baseball guys. So Gary has been in North Oldham for 30 years too. I was given the opportunity to manage the team, so I'm handling a lot of the administrative type stuff, which is awful. And so I'll say one of the things I've learned is that, you know, we were able to play the local tournament here, which was awesome. But then, so we spent a week doing that. Then we spent a week at state spending money on rooms and food and uniforms and baseballs and Gatorade and everything you can think, gas money. And now, I mean, it's wonderful that we get to go hopefully spend another week out of town in Indianapolis and possibly another week. I don't know how we work or have jobs or anything, but so it is definitely a burden on a lot of the parents to be able to do this wonderful opportunity, but to be able to pay for it. And so if there's anyone out there who would ever like to help us in any way, I think North Oldham's Facebook page has put a QR code out, but Brad would just say to reach out to him. We would take anything that we could get, and we're extremely grateful for what everyone has already done for us. So I think that's it. Thank you guys for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Trey, are you finished?
The only other thing that I'd like to add, and like I said, Brad was supposed to come up here and share a lot of this, but for this past spring season, this is just a small glimpse of all the families that are here. There were 740 athletes that played it this spring, and I think he's not here because the fall ball meeting with managers is literally right now, but there were 430 fall ball participants. So it is, you know, this is a city park. It's not, you know, nothing against the county, but this is a city park. This is LaGrange's park. And, you know, since, again, there were some line items in the budget, I just wanted you to see the faces that we help support. So.
Trey, is that what he was talking about, the field? Is that kind of the thought of the purchase that we put money in the budget for?
Yes, yes, it is.
Awesome. So we're working on it.
Mayor. Hello. I really would like to get a picture of all the boys, and if there's any girls, I don't know if there's any girls here, to come up and stand in front of us and stand and come on up. And you stand up too.
Let's stand up.
Coaches too. I'm Mr. Teague. Coaches too.
He's laughing at me. I'm not going to be. Hey.
Trump moving into the side of the soccer team.
All right, guys, up here. All right.
1, 2, 3, north!
What is that? North on 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, you're good. Hey, boys, go out this way and turn left.
Yeah, we're good for the superintendent. And we'll go back to discussion there. What's she doing in the public health? Is she gonna speak?
Kind of back to normal now, isn't it?
Yeah, it seemed like it.
That was awesome, Trey.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll,
That was awesome.
We'll continue with the
Thank you.
agenda. Is Superintendent Claudette Harold, is that a, huh? She's not here?
Yeah, if somebody will pull that back door, we'll probably be able to hear a little bit better.
Appreciate your time. My name's Keith Smith, live over on Scott Montfort Drive, and I just want to take a couple of minutes to mention something to all the council, to anybody that's having any problems with this. I know that, the big blue trucks that come around early on Monday mornings, pick your garbage up. Well, they also come around on Friday in my neighborhood and pick up recycle. Sometimes. Very, very often, there are lots of problems with Republic Recycling Services. They are totally separate from Republic Services that pick up our garbage. Haven't had any problem at all with them. I've done some asking around different neighborhoods, kind of keep my eye out on the grapevine, which I hate, but it's a good informational thing there. I know that the city, or I don't think the city has anything to do with it, but I'm just throwing it out there to ask. I know that our garbage is billed through Grange Utilities, shows up on your bill and all that. But those of us that elect to have recycling done, you pay that usually in January or so. It's paid out of your pocket. You get a special one container to put your recycling in. And then they're supposed to come around once every 2 weeks and pick up your garbage that or your recycle that you've collected for 2 weeks in that one thing. We have had so many problems here of late. Right now, I've got 2 full containers with stuff sticking all out of it. For the last 2 weeks, I've made a call to Republic Services Recycling, trying to find out what's going on. Why can't we get, the service done? And Heather has helped me. I've inquired with her. I understand maybe the city even has some problems with the recycling. Also, there's one phone number that you can call. There is a gentleman that takes care, and this is who Heather shared information with me about, and I contacted, as it turned out, I knew him, and he runs the sulfur operation up here with all your trash. but they have nothing to do with the recycling. Recycling sends out their own bills, and when you call their customer service that used to be in Louisville, you talk to BFE somewhere. I think it's out Las Vegas or something. You almost need a translator half the time to be able to converse with them. So anyway, I have been calling. I've got 2 or 3 neighbors that have been calling off and on over the last week and a half. And, you know, the folks are reading off a script. That's what you do in a call center. You know, they tell you what you want to hear. Most of the time it's, oh, wait a minute, let me go check. I got the truck driver right here on the computer. He is just a little bit he's running behind, but he's a little bit away from you. Should be there by the end of the day. For the last week and a half, he ain't made it there, but he's supposed to have been there by 6 o'clock every day of the week. It's very frustrating to me when you pay for a service and there's nobody really locally here to do anything about it. I don't know how that came up if when, you know, the city made their deal with Republic Services for the trash collection, if they in any way talked about anything with recycling and then, you know, the recycling services initiate it, or if they just, the Republic Recycling Services just, they already had all our addresses and numbers. They just sent something else. Hey, if you'd like to, you know, do recycling, we offer that too. I don't know what the situation is. Grange Acres area, Hoffman Lane, Woodland Lakes, all those areas have been affected by this. And I don't know what the result is. Like I said, this Friday will be a pickup day. So I know now they're not going to pick up anything until then. So I guess it just all will accumulate at the end of my driveway. It's very frustrating, and I just wanted to make council and everybody aware of it if you weren't already. And I know y'all got a lot to talk about tonight, and I appreciate you giving me my couple of minutes time up here. So,
Did you say you mail a check?
yeah, they send out, Republic Recycling Services sends you a bill in the mail, and then you just write a check out to them and
Does
say,
that
yeah.
Republic Recycling come out of Louisville or where?
Yeah, it's the Republic Recycling
Out of Louisville?
Services out of Louisville.
Okay.
But they moved, like I say, they moved all of their customer service and everything like that to, I believe it's Las Vegas or somewhere way out there. The number's the same all the way across the United States for it. And when I spoke to the gentleman up here at Sulphur, you know, he indicated, he said, I'm really sorry. He said, I can't do anything because I'm totally trash, not recycling. He did help me out in one other way. I got an extra thing to pile it in, but now I just got 2 of them. It's all overflowing. I mean, it helped. It kept from putting it in the street, you know. But I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, and don't know if we can do anything on it or not.
Keith, you have any idea where that recycling goes when they pick it up?
That I do not, sir. No, I don't know. I don't think it comes out there to Sulphur, though. I think it goes somewhere into Louisville. I've never been able to talk to anybody from Louisville. Just, you know, the folks out at the call center and the gentleman out there at Sulphur. So I don't know where it goes, Joe. Do not know.
I don't know if I can help you, Keith, but I know some people at Republic that are that I know that I've worked with and sold some stuff to.
Okay.
And I'll call them. Maybe it'll
Anything.
help, maybe it won't, but
Yeah.
I'll at least reach out to them.
Anything that could be done, you know, as I say, I know it's kind of widespread, and Heather probably gets a lot of calls and refers people to call Republic, and how much of it ever feeds back here, I don't know. But any help whatsoever would be appreciated. All righty.
I'll let you know.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Keith.
I will add real quick, Leonard did tell me that apparently the Louisville office, the recycling center, had a major walkout where they had a lot of employees walk out on them. So right now they're having to contract out to try to find drivers to get the recycling. I think Goshen was a month behind, he said. So they're having a major issue with it right now.
Now, one of the ladies at the call center did tell me that some of it was manpower shortages, and she's telling me, I said, if you know anybody's got CDL, send them our way. Oh.
Yeah.
Anybody else for public comment?
I believe that each one of you all got my email or it's in your packet as well. I'm here to arbitrate on my own behalf for the position of city council. And I would like to be nominated for the vacant seat of LaGrange City Council. I have the needed experience for this open position based on my previous 30+ years at LaGrange City as a LaGrange City Councilwoman. In the last general election for city council, the votes voted me ninth overall. I believe that I would be the logical choice. Are you aware the highest, as you are aware, that the highest is 8 candidates overall elected for city council? During my past term, I served on LaGrange Utilities Commission, Park Board, Safety Committees, Public Works Department. I was a city council during city projects such as Springs Park, Splash Pad, Skate Park, basketball courts, tourism, the House for Tourism, and I serve on the tourism board right now, Eagle Creek Golf Course. I've served many years on the park board, also even on the garbage committees, is what we used to call them. Had a lot of committees. I'm currently serving on the LaGrange Tourism Committee. If I am selected, I would also like to put in here that I used to go out so voluntarily and solicit door to door for the Oldham County Day street dance, which Lucy is very aware of, for the Friday night dance, which was like up to $4,000 to pay a band back then, and that was years ago. Like I've said, I'm currently serving on the tourism committee, and if I were to be selected for interim council position, I believe that the citizens of LaGrange and I would be acceptable for reasons stated above. The people have spoke in the last election, past experience on LaGrange City Council, and the general election results. Thank you all, and I would appreciate you all keeping me in mind. Thank you all for all you do.
Anybody else for public comment?
Mayor, if there's nobody else for public comment, I did have one that kind of, oh, sorry.
I'm TJ Hughes. I live on North 4th Avenue. I wanted to comment about the speed bumps that we're talking about taking away. I would like to keep our speed bumps, especially on 4th. There's 2 there now, and people speed up and down that road like crazy. I live about 6 houses down from the first speed bump on 4th Avenue, and people are still doing 35 or 40 in front of my house. I've got 3 little kids at my house. My neighbors have little kids. There's kids across the street. There's about 15 kids that live close to me in that proximity. And even with speed bumps in place now, it's not slowing anybody down. They go around the curve crazy. And it's just, I think it would be a terrible idea to take the speed bumps away. As a matter of fact, I've talked to a couple of you before. I think we need to add more on 4th because it's just used as a cut through. And, you know, I watch people go turn off Jefferson Street onto 4th and do 0 to 60 at 100 yards to the first stop sign. And, you know, it's not safe for any of the families that live on that road. It's a small residential road. And it would be a shame to take any speed bumps away from that area to protect our kids, my neighbors' kids. You know, there's kids all up and down that road. And I don't want to see those speed bumps go away. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, guys.
did I understand Superintendent Claudette Harrell is not here? Yeah.
She was here last month and then left, so. Oh, okay, well, okay.
I wanted to touch base on that too, Mayor. Chief Collette, do you know where he's talking about in that curve where he's saying people are speeding every day and going through? Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that the police department knows where he's talking about if they're speeding through there every day doing 35, 40. Okay. Thanks.
I will say, I have seen the police department there, they're doing their job.
Okay. All right.
My name is Megan Lieber, and I also live on 4th, and we just wanted to express that we also would greatly like to keep our speed humps with so many people cutting through to go to Falcon Ridge or to the playground and the ball field. We have a massive amount of through traffic and a large amount of kids with LaGrange Elementary right there that are out playing and walking, and it would be extremely dangerous for all of them to remove the speed humps. So that's really all I have, is we just really need our speed bumps for their safety.
We got a number 15 on second reading, public hearing of that, in item 15, so just let anybody know that when we do the speed humps. Thank you. Over down Main Street.
So you need to make it clear that there will be public comment when you read the second reading of the speed humps, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
yes. Sure will, Mr. Lamont. Okay, we're ready to move back to, move.
Mayor, I want to
Oh, I
add,
did.
I want
Anybody
to
else
add,
with public comment.
I want to add one more thing for public comment. I'll skip going up to the stand. But I just want to say, Johnny Aldridge, who is in the budget in here for checks we've paid, he plays a lot for the dances and stuff that we do. He and his father, Nick, they lost Johnny's mother just recently. So anyway, I just want to say a little prayer for the family and to recognize them. I know they're going through a tough time. So anyway, I just want to say we're sorry to the Aldridges and say a little prayer for them. Thanks.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna move back to 8. Is that all for public comment? Okay, we'll move, we're moving back, swapping back to, number 8. Discussion and appointment to fill city council vacancy.
Mayor, I was going to ask, I know I led the meeting the other night and we kind of had a process. Are we going to follow that same process just so we're all aware how we're going to do it, I guess, in terms of voting order?
Yes,
And
that's fine, whatever.
okay,
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure we're all connected. So, okay.
Whatever is,
Yeah, I'd second what Jason said. Let's just keep doing it alphabetically or in alphabetical order like we did the first time.
And then we went to the next one and then the next one.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
okay, I would start this discussion. You want to do it, Jason? I mean, what do you?
Oh, you're fine doing it, Joe. I just was just making sure we were all connected. I would assume that we would open the nominations and have a motion and second to go into the nomination process, and then once that's all done, we'd go into motion to close the nomination process, and then we go into our votes, and just like we did the other night.
Just like we did the other.
If you want me to, preside, I will over that. But you're totally qualified.
Go
to do
ahead
that.
if you want to, Jason. I mean, have we got applications? I don't have.
Um,
Well, we've got to make nominations if anybody wants to
Right.
nominate.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you'd like me to start, I'll be happy to.
Go ahead,
Mayor.
Jason.
Yeah,
You done a great job on that other night, so you're welcome to take care of that for me.
okay, thank you. I don't have my notes together, so I wasn't expecting to do this. But I guess we need a motion to go into the nomination process to fill the appointment for the city council vacancy.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right. Then I think the next step would then be following the same rules as the other night to open up the nomination process if anybody would like to make a nomination.
Could I make a statement? Would it be
Sure,
appropriate?
yeah.
Okay. The one thing that has been going through my mind over and over and over again, and we have discussed that a lot the other night, that I want y'all to know this has been the toughest thing I've done in the 12 years I've been on city council, right off the book. But we have very qualified, many very qualified people who are running, people who have been on council and running, and people who have been on council but have chose not to be running again this year, but they have experience. And when you look at everybody, you think, okay, we kind of set a precedence when we voted Joe and did not have Trey as our mayor pro tem because he was running, and we wanted to give that an even keel. I would like to say, and I lean towards picking someone and nominating someone, and I'm not nominating anyone, I'm just making a general statement here, that we should really look at people who are not running at this point and look at people who have had experience in council and for one reason or not have not been on council in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Ms. Ricketts. And I also wanted to say, when we get to the point of nominating whoever it might be and having that close and having discussion, I want to make sure it's clear to everybody. I want you all to have as much discussion as possible. I can call on you or not call on you, but if we all just want to have this open discussion, as long as it's thoughtful and organized and nobody's yelling at each other, I think I'll let you just talk as long as you want, so you can get out what you want to say. Okay? So anyway, any nominations?
To that end, Jason, I hear what Lucy's saying, and one of the other counselors and I were discussing that kind of what we thought about going forward with somebody who is running or not running. I will say, Lucy, I think there's a huge difference between those two things, between Joe and Trey versus looking at a council person, and that being that Joe and Trey are both completely up to speed. They're here, they're at every single meeting, they know what's going on, they're at all the council meetings, they're at a lot of the committee meetings too. And I see at least 3 people out in the audience that are here at every council meeting, that go to a lot of committee meetings and stuff too. So one of the things that I would want to see is a smooth transition. Somebody who maybe, watched 30 minutes at home here and there is not going to be the same as somebody who's here at every meeting, and especially goes to the committee meetings as well. It's kind of more dialed in and up to speed on what's going on. So, and there's also been a lot of discussion on experience, and I agree that experience is important. However, it's also, I think, sometimes important to get some fresh ideas and fresh thoughts in there. And so maybe people that haven't been around for quite a long time, there's something to be said for that too. There's also something to be said for the experience, but there's something to be said for having fresh ideas, looking at things anew, and maybe coming up with some new ideas for the city. So there you go. I just want to throw that in.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzer. And I would say, I'm not saying anybody's names, but I think there's probably some really good candidates who are not currently running for city council, some good people that might fill this position and do a great job, better than some that are running for council. I also believe there are some that are running for council that would do a really good job, maybe better than some other people who aren't running for council. To me, when I'm looking at this, whoever we end up accepting, one thing I'm going to be looking at is the person themselves. I'm not, setting any kind of limits onto who it might be. I'm sure you all are going to have some great nominations, and we'll go from there. So I'll continue on if you'll have discussion.
Jason, is it permissible to nominate more than one person? If I want to nominate more than one person, is that permissible, or does that kind of screw everything up? I threw a curveball at you there, didn't I?
I mean, I'm assuming that we can have as many nominations. Mr. Craigmile, is there any limit to that? I mean, I don't know why you would want to do that, but that's your call.
I mean, we're in an extremely gray zone right here. There's like the
Okay.
kind of Robert's rules kind of ran out.
Okay.
So,
And we can keep discussing just regular talk if you all want to have a few nominations and keep talking. And when I get to the point where I feel like everybody's done talking and I've given you, as much talking as you want, and we're done, we'll close the nomination process, but we'll leave it open so you get your say.
I have another say.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Ricketts.
I was on city council back in the time when Mr. James Beaumont passed away. And we had to replace him. And I believe at that point we did replace him with someone who was on the ballot. Who was ninth on the ballot, ninth in the election. But it was not an election year either. So that's the only experience I've ever had with that, was who was ninth on the ballot. And that's another option that we have.
Jason King nominated Jean Knight
Mhm.
as a pursuit spirit.
Was that it?
I don't recall that. I recall nominating Tad Humble at some point, but yeah, I think we could go back and look at the videos if they're still in existence.
Yeah. But I mean, that has what in the past has been.
Anybody have any nominations or any further discussion?
I have a nomination.
Ms. Bishop, go ahead.
Yep, I would like to nominate Andrea Mancini. She was previously on city council for 6 years. And I kind of agree with Lucy. I wouldn't want to see anybody that's on the ballot sit on that seat at this time. So I want to go with past experience. So I want to nominate Andrea.
So noted, and I have written it down, and I guess Ms. Woodcox has done the same, correct? All right, great.
I will second that.
Well, we're not having, we're getting all the nominations.
Okay.
Then we're going to go through and actually vote who we
Well, then maybe-
choose,
yeah, maybe I
just
just-
like we did the other, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other nominations or further discussion?
I'd like to add a couple of nominations, primarily because they did reach out. So I guess I'm going Jason Kinzer's route. I'm going to nominate several for discussion, but I'm going to nominate Lee Phillips. He did reach out formally to all council members. He does have previous experience. I'm going to nominate Debbie Pollard because she also reached out to us as well. I am going to nominate Rod Spees. And last but not least, I'm going to nominate Bill Lamlon.
Okay, thank you, Trey. That was a lot, but I think I've got them all down here, and we'll double check. Anybody else have any nominations?
Add one more, Sarah Little. Sarah Little is one who has, she's one of the ones who has been to every single council meeting. And somehow she manages to make it to, as far as I've seen, every committee meeting. I don't know how she does it, but she does. She seems to make it to every committee meeting too. She's constantly looking up new information, digging on current events, things that we're looking over right now. So I think that would be one that would be a very smooth transition. I think she could sit up here right now and make decisions because she's very dug in and up to speed on what's going on. So, so I will add that one to the list as well.
Thank you so much. Anybody else have any nominations? Do you want to have
Well, I'm going to add one more.
any? Yeah, go ahead.
Debbie Pollard.
She,
Since
that
she's
was
on there.
that was actually on the list that Mr. Kamer had.
Is that what Mr. Kimber did?
Yeah, and
Okay.
we'll go over the whole list, but he did mention that name. Yes.
Somehow I missed that. Sorry, Debbie.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Any other discussion before we go out of this nomination process?
Well, heck, if we're gonna do that, we might as well just nominate everybody on the ballot. Line them up.
Well, you have the floor if you
All right,
choose to
let's
add
see,
some
who's
names.
left? We've got
Mike.
Mike Thompson.
Yep.
Christy Waldridge. Joe Izio.
Are these
Trying to
all
think,
nominations?
Landon Cockrell. I mean, I want to be fair to everybody if we're going to do it.
Mrs. Cockrell,
Is it who?
Emily Cockrell.
Okay, Emily Cockrell.
Might as well throw Keith on there just for the heck of it.
Okay. Do we?
And I'll go a step farther. If we want to do that, and we were going down the list from the last election, which would be Debbie, who's on there, Elsie, God love her. I don't think she lives in the city anymore. We got Bill on there. Let's put Kevin Cronin on there.
Do we know if he would accept it?
I don't know, but why not? I don't know if half these people would.
Well, I don't want to be silly about it.
Okay.
Yeah, technically, yeah, and we can go through the list too, Veach, and see who accepts the nominations. That might be a way to narrow that down. Anybody else have any nominations? All right. Let me then go through that list, and Heather, I'm going to depend on you to keep me in line. Andrea Mancini, are you here? You are here. Okay. Do you accept that nomination? Okay, thank you. Lee Phillips, are you here? Do you accept that nomination? Okay. Debbie Pollard, do you accept that nomination? Yes, sir. Okay. Rod Spees, are you here? Okay. Do you accept that nomination? Yes. Bill Lamline, you are here, right? I saw you earlier. You do not? Okay. All right.
Come on, Bill.
No worries. Sarah Little, you're here in front row here. Do you accept that nomination? Sure.
Jason, thank you. I appreciate the nomination. I very much want to sit in that seat. I also do think that I would be good at it, otherwise I wouldn't be running. However, I am not going to accept the nomination. I do not think that anybody who is currently running on the ballot should accept the nomination. I think it could give an unfair advantage. And whether I sit up there in November, after November's election or not, I don't want to have any wondering about why that happens. So I don't want to see anybody who is currently on the ballot actually sitting there. We have a lot of other people who I think would be very good, and I hope that one of them chooses to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. Let me go through the rest of the list that I have here. Mike Thompson, I think I saw you. Do you accept that nomination? You can go up there too, sure.
But now you have to do a dance as well.
I also appreciate the idea. I'm going to go with Sarah and bow out as well.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thanks, Mike.
Is Ms. Aldridge here? I haven't seen her, but maybe she's here. Okay, so we will mark her off the list. Mr. Ezio, is he here? Mr. Landon Cockrell, is he here? And then Emily Cockrell, is she here? Okay. Kevin Cronin, is he here? All right. And he's not here. All right. All right. Going back through the list, I have Andrea Mancini, Lee Phillips, Debbie Pollard, Rod Spees. Does that match what you have? Are there further nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
There's a motion to close nominations. Do we have
Second.
second? Okay, motion is second. Any more discussion about that? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I'll let the council discuss this a little bit here in a minute, then we can vote. I wanted to make clear, though, one of the things that Beach had sent out previously that never became an issue was when we had more, if we were to have more than 2 nominees. That was the guidelines that he had sent to us previously, and we did not use those because we just had 2 nominees last week. But we have 4 at this point, and my understanding of those guidelines were that we will take a vote, and if there is someone in last place, that person would be eliminated, and we would go to the next vote with the other people, and then we would narrow it down until there's 2 people, probably, and then we would ultimately, hopefully, choose someone. Heather, is that your understanding? Okay. Any issues with that by the council?
No, sir.
All right, I will give you all the opportunity for further discussion if you would like to do that, and just let me know when you're done discussing, and then we'll move on to a vote.
So our 4 choices are Andrea, Lee, Debbie, and Rod.
Andrea Mancini, Lee Phillips, Debbie Pollard, and Rod Spees in no particular order. That's just the name, when people gave that to us. Feel free to have some more discussion if you'd like, or we can move on to a vote.
Are you allowed to vote for more than one candidate?
No,
just one.
Just one. You can change the vote if you want to in the next round. I mean, you don't have to keep voting for the same candidate, but you can't vote for more than one candidate.
The way we did it last time, Trey, was we would just state the name of the candidate. We would have a general vote because you were recused.
He was recused, yeah.
I have no idea what we're going over, so that's what I'm asking.
So we would go alphabetically, starting with the first person, who was Latasha.
Yeah.
And then she would just state a name. The next person would state a name, and then when we get to the end, that was the first round. And
They
then the
would
next
tally.
time, the next person in line, maybe.
Yeah, I'll tell you that order. It's Latasha Bishop, Trey Kamer, Jason Kinzer, Kenneth Powell, Lucy Ricketts, Jason Taylor, Laura Taylor. And four votes would be the voting majority out of 7 people voting, just for your knowledge on that issue. And then the next round, we would start with Trey Kamer and move down. Latasha would be the last one, and we'd start with Jason Kinzer. So it would just rotate that way. Any further discussion, council?
Nope.
Sir.
Ready to vote.
Okay, we'll move on to the vote, and then I'll turn that section over to Ms. Woodcox. And if you could, Heather, just kind of don't go too fast, just so we can make sure we've got everything written down properly, you and I.
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll start with Councilmember Latasha.
Andrea Mancini.
Councilmember Kamer.
Debbie Pollard.
Councilmember Kinzer.
Rod Spees.
Councilmember Powell.
Andrea Mancini.
Councilmember Ricketts.
Andrea Mancini. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Taylor.
Sorry, I need some water.
That's okay.
Yeah. Lee Phillips.
Councilmember Taylor.
Lee Phillips.
Okay. So Andrea and Lee are the top 2. Is that correct, Jason?
I got Andrea 3. Do you want me to read it off?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I've got 3 votes for Andrea Mancini, 2 votes for Lee Phillips, 1 vote for Debbie Pollard, and 1 vote for Rod Speed.
Okay, and given there's 2 that have 1, I would suggest, I guess, that those 2 would be eliminated. Does the council have any dispute on that?
Nope.
No.
All right. I'd like to thank those 2 candidates for accepting their nominations and being part of this process. We will now move on to a second vote, beginning with Trey Kamer in a second, and then the two candidates remaining are Andrea Mancini and Lee Phillips.
Okay.
Councilmember Kamer,
Andrea Mancini.
Councilmember Kinzer,
Lee Phillips.
Councilmember Powell,
Andrea Mancini.
Councilmember Ricketts,
Andrea Mancini.
Councilmember Taylor,
Lee Phillips.
Councilmember Taylor,
Lee Phillips.
and Councilmember Booker Bishop.
Andrea Mancini.
All right, thank you, council. I believe that's 4 votes for Mancini and 3 votes for Phillips, very close. Thank you, both of you as well for participating in this process. And I'm going to turn this over now to Mayor Davenport, but it looks like Ms. Mancini has gotten the votes to get the voting majority.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah. Appreciate you doing that, because I didn't have a vote in that anyway, so.
You're welcome.
You done such a great job the other night, so.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jason. Appreciate that. Thanks for all of you for your votes.
Congratulations, Andrea.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Andrea.
I would say we have to do the oath of office. So if we can do that tonight, or we can do that in the morning, however you want to do it. Do you want to go ahead and do it tonight?
If she's going to participate in this meeting, she needs to do the oath. If
Can
she's
she
not, then I guess we could do it another time. Is
She
that,
can participate in tonight's meeting.
yeah, she could.
Okay.
If you have the oath,
Okay. I do have the oath.
you do have it.
Mhm. Yep.
I don't think the judge showed up this time. I guess I have to do it, or some notary public has to do it.
Can't mayor do it?
It's the mayor normally. It's who swore us in.
Yeah, mayor does it.
You have to be a notary.
I'm a notary too.
You're a notary?
Okay.
Well, then, there you go.
There you go.
Cadet.
I'm gonna get my picture. I'm gonna get my little break fade.
That was easy.
Thanks for taking one for the team. Joe, while she's doing that,
We'll take a break.
yeah, instead of taking a break, because we can go do that real quick. Is that all right?
Yes, take 5-minute break.
All right.
It's fine, yeah. You ready to go? Y'all ready to go? Yeah, we're ready to go. Yeah, you're gonna give her her oath.
Is it working? Okay. Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky so long as you continue so long as you're a citizen, therefore, and I will faithfully execute. Oh, put your hand on me. And you will faithfully execute to the best of your ability the office of the LaGrange City Council according to law. And do you further solemnly swear that since the adoption of the present Constitution, you, being a citizen of the state, have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within the state nor out of it, nor have you sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons, nor have you acted as a second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted in any person thus offending, so help me God.
Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you for your trust in me. I know these are extraordinary circumstances, and I'm here to serve as long as you all want me here. So thank you so much.
You ready? Main Street Director Report. Sarah?
Hi, everyone. Oh, golly. I don't need to hear myself that well. First of all, Andrea and Joe, thank you both for stepping up. I'm excited to work with you both. Joe, well, I know you, but okay, so Main Street. In July, we had 98 service hours, volunteer hours. What I have put in front of you, each table should have at least one of two things. One copy of two things. The activity book that I passed out during Oldham County Day for free. A lot of my businesses, thank you, Lucy, that's the one. A lot of my businesses sponsored a page to help offset the cost of printing. I was able to print them and hand out 500 copies at Oldham County Day just to get the names of these businesses in the hands of a lot of families. So I think that went pretty well. Based on feedback, we may do another reprint, we may not. So we're just going to play it by ear. Let's see here. This coming Saturday, we have the Farmers Market Customer Appreciation Day. There will be door prizes and free, it's free canvas tote bags as well, while supplies last, of course. Let's see, then Friday, so this coming Friday, we have our last Trackside Tunes of the year. It's Ida Claire performing from 7 to 9, and from 6 to 7, we will have Move and Groove line dancing with Whitney, doing line dancing instructions. We're very, very excited for that. The other thing we're working on right now is creating a really nice fall festival for the community. That's set for September 26th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Want it to be really fun. Hay bales, pumpkins, vendors, hot cider. You get it. So we're working towards that and looking for sponsorships to help us make that a reality. And then the last thing, the other thing that's on your table is an invitation to our Wings Wednesday. So it's kind of an open house for Main Street. We're going to supply wings with Devilish Wings. We want you to come out and celebrate all the accomplishments that this community has been able to put together, and just time to meet and mingle and celebrate the city. Is there any questions for me?
So what time is that's this?
I'm sorry.
Day after tomorrow is Wing Wednesday?
No, I'm sorry. It's October 14th. Thank
October
you.
14th.
I did not
Okay.
mention that. It is October 14th.
Okay.
from 5 to 8 p.m.
From 5 to 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And one other question on the books here. Do all the merchants get like 100 of these, or how do these work?
No, so the merchants sponsored the pages, and that just helped me offset cost of printing, and I was able to just give them out for free. So I gave out 500 copies. So that's all I did. Now, if we do another reprint, yes, Jason is in there, and you look very dashing, if I may say.
I do. I need to. That's going to be my new profile picture. Tell you what, that's a much better picture.
I think I did steal it from
than real
Facebook.
life. Yeah.
Anyway, now if we do a reprint and the merchants want to sell copies at their establishment, I think that's something we could definitely discuss and talk about. But again, this was just kind of a fun little way to get people interested and excited and talking about
and have something for the kids to color
exactly.
and all that.
So the goal with that was it was kind of something for all ages of kids. So some things are really simple for the really, really young ones, and then we have some more detailed things for some older kids or 30-year-olds.
So if we wanted to buy 500 of these, what would you imagine they would cost per piece? Or for
So
500 of them?
for those,
Yeah.
I
would think about giving them away.
Yeah, for sure. They cost me, I think it was about $2.50
Per each? Per each book. Okay, never mind. I'm not giving
and that's for 500. So if you bought 5,000, the cost per book goes down.
Okay.
But the total goes up. So
okay. All right. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Sarah. Next on the agenda is the Main Street Director's report. The Tourism Director's report.
Good evening. Rhonda's going to give the report tonight, but I just wanted to say to Andrea is a board member on LaGrange Tourism Board, so you would need to, you can't be on both. So if you could just making everybody aware and being transparent, you would need to resign from your position. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to miss you.
I will give you my letter tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hated to have to leave that one too. That was.
That will also be on my list. We do have a few members that are expiring on our list and now someone leaving. So next board meeting or next city council meeting, we will have some recommendations for you. But to start off, just to talk about that, something that had happened after our last council meeting was the National League of Cities came. I don't know if you saw it on social media or if you had seen it in the newspaper this week, but they came to visit. LaGrange was selected by the National League of Cities to come, and we are grateful for Steve, who operated the tourism train, and we jumped on the train with Mayor Black, with Heather, myself, Donna, and Sarah, and we showed 3 members of the National League of Cities around LaGrange. We went through Springs Park, saw some of our murals, went through Alley Loop, saw some of the merchants, met a volunteer, and met the artist. Also went through the History Center, and that was really neat to spend the morning with them. They ate at a local restaurant, and from there, the 5 of us had gone to the Omni, where we presented to about 65 members from the National League of Cities all over the nation, which was really cool. Sarah talked about preservation and the history of LaGrange. Mayor started. He talked about all the wonderful things that the city of LaGrange has. He talked about retirement. And that was wonderful. And then Sarah spoke about the history and preservation. I spoke about Alley Loop and murals. And then Donna spoke about the EDC and what it has brought to our community. She also talked about the Creative Council, which she's implemented, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. And then she spoke about Railfan, which was awesome. Now, rolling into the Creative Council, that is something that she started, and once a month, we get together with parks, with Public Works, with Main Street, with tourism, with Project Guild, City Place, the History Center, and the Railroad Museum, and all of us come together. This started in January. And all of us get together once a month and we talk about events that we are doing within the city. So we're all on the same page and we can all collaborate together. And ultimately, we have saved the city lots of funds because we work together on who would be best to set up the stage. We have saved thousands of dollars within different opportunities that each organization brings with events. So everybody's on the same page, and that's open up to anybody that would like to come. And that's the third Friday at the Tourism Center at 9 a.m. and anybody is welcome to come. We'd love to share what the city has to offer. Farmers Market's there, Alley Loop is there. So there's a lot of us coming together and holding hands and making the city of LaGrange what it is. Anything else? Any questions for me? Thank you and welcome, Andrea. I'm sad to see you, and hopefully you can come back in a couple months.
I did have a question. And this is basically, I'm just curious, on Oldham County Day.
Yes.
Do you have a count for how many cups were sold?
We don't have that. Jason can probably be a great indicator from his restaurants.
I think the exact number was a ton.
Yeah, and even the night before, it was great being able to see a lot of people walk around, being respectful. I know at Railfest, we saw one cup that did not make it into the trash can, and that speaks volumes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, it was just, I'd like to report to Project Guild exactly what that does, because Oldham County Day historically has not encouraged that.
Correct.
But it works out fine now with the EDC. So just wanted to let them know. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Scott, LaGrange Utilities.
Good evening. You should have the financial report in front of you. While you take a look at that, I will run through our projects. The Oldham Reserve startup is scheduled for this Thursday, August 6th. We were delayed by KU getting there to actually hook the power up to the station, but they have done that early this week. So that is planned to be 8:30 on Thursday morning. First Street Water Project, we currently have that out for bid. I think we have bid opening next week, maybe the 12th, on that project. And that project will be pretty invasive on First Street there. We're going from alley to alley under the railroad, so we'll have one lane closed during this project. I think we've got it planned to be as short a project as we can. I think 25 days is what they put in the contract for that project. So we'll see how the bids come in this week and go from there. But just so you all are aware, the Quartz Water Project, we're about 90% complete. We were getting some samples out of lines today. They've already started hooking up some customers, started doing some restoration, paving and things of that nature. So hopefully in the next 3 or 4 weeks, that project will finish up. The water pressure valve project, we're 99% complete. All the vaults have been installed, and we were actually getting tests on those today to send off to the lab to make sure we could open those up. And then we'll have a contractor come in to do a startup on those in the coming weeks. Allen Lane project, that's the state highway project. So I saw some stuff actually getting mobilized today on site. So they're supposed to start that anytime. We've already had pre-construction meeting with the state highway department and the contractor on that. Floyd Lateral, this is a extension from our existing sewer up to the property to serve the Marquee Apartments. So we've had pre-construction meeting on that. They're starting the 10th or 11th of next week on that project. The Marquee Apartments will be starting in this month as well. We have not had pre-construction, but that one is coming up soon. Dogwood Estates, that project is approved. We're just waiting for the contractors to start the work. Parkside Estates is in design. Their engineers did reach out to me early or late last week, I guess, to have a meeting just to start talking about the pump station to serve that one. 4th Street sewer line, we do have a contractor that we're trying to get that patchwork done where the road is settling before school starts. If they do not make it here before school starts, we're going to try to work with the school to have that on a day they're not having school. So we know that that road is very busy. So I think it'll be a one-day project, so it won't be very long. But and then we're going to wait till next spring and see, make sure we don't get any more settling on that before we do a permanent overlay. And then let's see. Yep, I think that is all of our projects at the moment. Any questions, concerns?
I'll just ask with some of the road restoration that there's appropriate signage and or direction.
Yeah, so we and I've been very clear with the contractor, has to be, and I don't, we haven't met on site to actually walk through that. I plan to do that with the contractor before they start to see, are they going to be able to keep one lane open? I don't know that they are, so we may have to use the alley back there again like we did before, but we will definitely coordinate. And we're going to try to send out a text message to all of our customers in that area a day or two ahead of time as much as we can. Sometime last time they came in, I didn't know until 2 hours before they got there. So we're going to try to get customers as much notice as we can.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay.
Because Joe is on the Utilities Commission, I guess you will have to be replacing that position.
That's correct. That is
coming
correct.
next, Lucy.
Yeah, that's on the agenda here.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's on the agenda. Yeah.
All I can do is.
We need to approve, if there's no more question for him, we need to approve, the utility report.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, I'd like to appoint, Kenneth Powell on the, to the LaGrange Utilities, Commission to replace my vacancies.
I'll make that motion.
Got a motion
I'll
by
second.
Craig, got a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Who was the first and second?
It was me and
Trey-
Latasha.
Trey's.
I did.
Latasha.
Latasha, yeah.
Did you abstain just for the record?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes. I did not vote for myself.
Alrighty. We're down to number 13, introduction of ordinance number 17, series 226, first reading of an ordinance amending the Oldham County Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Yeah.
Are they going to present next month, I guess?
Yes, they are. Ryan Fisher will be here.
No,
Anna won't be here.
Okay.
Ryan Fisher will be here with a presentation.
So this is more just informational, no presentation.
I just gotta read it in by summary. Yeah. This is a motion, this is an ordinance, first reading of ordinance 17, number 2026, year 2026. It's an ordinance adding or amending certain sections of the Oldham County Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. What this is the Oldham County Planning and Zoning, the Joint Planning Commission conducted and had a hearing, and they need to do a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. One related to manufactured homes, that's Exhibit A, which is required by state law. There's a KRS that says every city has to have one of these, and so that's what Exhibit A is. It's an addition of Section 250-280 to the zoning ordinance. And the other addition and a text addition, not a map amendment, but a text amendment to the zoning ordinance is they're adding a section 260-210 for golf driving ranges, and that's Exhibit B. And so this was recommended by the Planning Commission, and under the zoning, the master plan, every member city and including the fiscal court has to vote to approve, and the majority wins, and it goes into the county ordinance, which controls all the zoning in the county and in the city. Except we have supreme jurisdiction over things that happen within the city. So that's the first reading of ordinance 17.
Beach on the last page there, golf driving ranges. It has a definition for miniature golf, but miniature golf, unless I'm missing it, it's not mentioned anywhere in the 1 through 8 text. So are we missing something, or was that accidentally put in there, or are they calling a miniature golf a driving range?
I don't know.
Well, that makes two of us.
I mean, it's a definition.
But it's not in the section.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not anywhere in that. Yeah, in that first paragraph. So I didn't. If you could get some clarification on that, that would be great. Or
Okay.
somebody.
I'm sure Brian or John will have the answer when they come here next meeting. Why they added that if it's not really part of the regulation.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't think you need all the same setbacks and things that you do for a driving range, because you're not going to be smacking a ball,
Right.
Hundreds of yards like you are at a driving range for the mini golf. I hope not, anyway. Kenneth get real mad and hit it real hard, but.
Well, I've seen some of that sometimes.
All right, that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Okay.
I just think it's funny that you pointed out the miniature golf, that's all, just saying.
All right, number 14, second reading and public hearing of ordinance number 14, series 2026, an ordinance amending the sign regulations. This second reading.
Right. I mean, that was a good reading. It's the current regulations for signs are currently adopted by the, we just basically incorporated the county's regulations by reference, with a few exceptions, such as for small, like political signs, that kind of thing. But the current regulations are being completely rewritten specifically for the city, and I'll let our code enforcement officer kind of give you a breakdown of a summary for y'all as well as for the public who may not know why we decided to create our own regulations.
Hey, Stephanie, when you're talking, would you mind just including in whatever you're saying, just so we know what the differences are and what we had, in any,
Yes.
things that were added or things that were taken off, just so we're all on the same page.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the current regulations that we have just adopted and used Oldham County's regulations, except for a couple months ago, we did make some changes. The city council made some changes as far as temporary signs go. So currently, the regulations with Oldham County, they're kind of separated in 3 different sections. It doesn't flow very easy, so when we go to issue a sign permit, we have to look in 3 different sections to make sure that we're looking whether they're allowed electronically, what sizes they are, and they are based on zoning regulations. Is it zoned residential 1, C1, C3? We have certain properties in the city, and a very good example is going to be Covenant United Methodist Church just down the street here. They are in a residential zoned area, so their signs that they are allowed to have are based on residential, not commercial. So they cannot put, for example, a sign out front that they can change the message on. Now, we're not talking electronic like with the TV monitor. We're just talking the regular basic words. They can't put one of those signs out there unless they go and have their zoning changed for their area, which is its own little process. So what we tried to do with this sign regulation is kind of clean it up, streamline it, make it easier to understand. The big change is instead of using zoning regulations like C1 or R1, we have changed it from residential or commercial. So if you are a residential property, then you will follow the residential guidelines. If you are a commercial property, you will follow the commercial guidelines. The commercial guidelines are broken up to be like an individual business or a business center, office center, such as like a Kroger shopping center. Those regulations are different than just a one building standalone like the AT&T building. So that's the big change that we did. We left everything else the same as far as sign size, sign setback, the sign height, the temporary sign regulation that you guys passed a couple months ago. That is written in here exactly how it was approved several months ago. There are 2 times a year when you can have more than 2 signs, temporary signs. Otherwise, you have to get permits. I mean, that's all the same. So the big change is instead of it being zoned, it's commercial or it's residential. And then again, we streamlined it so that when you look in here, you can see I'm in a residential building. Here's my guidelines. Here's what I can and cannot do for that residential area. I think that was the big thing.
And then we also took out the language regarding content of signs.
So yeah, and again, sticking with the First Amendment right, this is all based on size. It's based on time. It's based on place. It has nothing to do with content. So we're not using the words political signs. We're not using the words real estate signs. We're not using any of that language. It's all just based on the size and the placement and how many.
You never know where that chair is going to end up.
Thank you, Stephanie. Oh, very clear and concise. That's why our code enforcement is in the top 20 in the United States.
Top 16.
Oh, number 16. That's right.
Who's counting?
Can I speak to this issue?
We'll have public hearing that for. Yeah, just in a minute, yeah, so.
So yes.
We ready to vote on that.
Yeah. We got a motion to approve ordinance 14 series 2026.
I'll
Is there
make a motion to approve
Motion
the
approved.
sign
Got a
ordinance.
Second. Should,
We're getting a public hearing.
yeah, we'll do this. Okay.
I second it.
Okay, got a motion, second, motion to go into public hearing,
So move.
Second.
okay, public hearing?
Aye. Aye
Yeah,
for
all in
public.
favor? Yeah.
Public.
Aye.
Public testimony. Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Got a motion going public hearing? Yeah. Anybody want to come forward for,
Public hearing. And then we have opening statement. Favor or opening statements.
Yeah.
For and against.
yeah, did we get a,
Yeah, we're
all
in
in favor
that.
of going public hearing? Any opposed?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is William Moore. I'm a resident of LaGrange. I live in Majestic Woods. I'm also the pastor of Covenant Church here in LaGrange, which is located on 909 West Jefferson Street. This change would be helpful to Covenant Church. Covenant Church is a congregation that has been present here in LaGrange for more than 180 years. 25 years ago, moved out to our current location. And several years ago, one of the ways that we began describing what we do at Covenant Church was to say that we are not so much about being the best church in LaGrange, but being the best church for LaGrange. We have a deep commitment to engagement with the community, to helping others. The Commonwealth of Kentucky is currently seeking to figure out how to provide preschool education to the young people of Kentucky, and Covenant Church has been doing that for more than 30 years. A number of the kids that were here earlier had come up through the preschool program at Covenant. We lead the support for Blessings in a Backpack for LaGrange Elementary. We're providing meals for the weekend for kids, for some 200 kids every school year. Our church takes point on that. We've worked with the health department to put on a children's health program called The Longest Day of Play. Recently, with the recognition that there was a shortage of ball fields, we have partnered with some community partners to make our ball field available to softball teams. We provide volunteers, transportation, financial support to things like High Point. We host the Oldham County Community Band concerts twice a year. We have hosted school activities, HOA meetings, neighborhood association meetings, festivals and car shows, all for no cost to anybody in the community. And as a community partner, one of our greatest challenges really centers around communication. Currently, the sign regulations for Covenant allow us to put little small signs as people drive by. Thousands of people drive by each day and look at a very small sign while driving by at 45 miles an hour. We feel as if the changes in the regulations related to the sign would be extremely beneficial to Covenant Church, but it would also be beneficial to the community, as it would increase one of the #1 challenges, which is just how do you communicate with people in the community? And with large numbers of people coming past Covenant Church, having the ability to communicate more effectively, it would be an advantage not only to our church, but to the community. We expect that traffic to increase even more. Here, hopefully, as the Allen Lane project moves forward, they're going to be moving the train tracks onto our property. Once again, we're being good community partners, as they're going to be mere feet. There's going to be trains just a few feet from our building for up to 3 years. And we would like to see these changes to help us and other community partners to promote all the good things and the well-being and for the well-being of LaGrange. So appreciate your time and appreciate your consideration on this particular, I don't know, regulation.
Ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would just like to say thank you to your church and to your congregation. That seems like a wonderful, a lot of wonderful things you're doing for the community. I know you mentioned Blessings in a Backpack. I know that's something that I happen to know a lot about, and that's very important to those children. So, and you mentioned a number of other things. So thank you very much, and please pass on my thank you to your congregation for all that you're doing for the community. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Joe Pierce. I live at corner of 4th and Jefferson here in LaGrange. And I want to thank you guys for all the hard work you've done on this. I know it's a 3,900 word document, and that's not an easy thing to put together, given that the Constitution only has 4,400 words in it. So while I commend this effort, I do have, and I support the effort, I do have a concern. And that concern is that I believe that there are provisions in this that violate, specifically in Chapter 158, that contain provisions that violate the First and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. Section 158.24, paragraph 2 of this document restricts residents to just 2 temporary freestanding signs per road frontage. However, paragraph 12 completely removes this restriction during 2 precise windows, April 1st through May 31st and September 15th through November 15th. We know what these dates represent. They're peak windows for spring and fall political campaign seasons. By lifting the sign limits only during election cycles, the ordinance creates a calendar-based proxy for content discrimination. It allows a high volume of political campaign speech while restricting other forms of protected speech like a sign supporting a local charity, a birthday message, or a religious statement during the remaining 8 months of the year. In the landmark 2015 case, Reed versus the Town of Gilbert, the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that a sign code is content-based if it applies different rules to signs based on the message they convey or the purpose they serve. Because this ordinance relaxes restrictions to accommodate campaign speech, it is content-based on its face, and under constitutional law, content-based restrictions face a strict scrutiny. To survive a legal challenge, the city must prove that limiting a resident's speech in December, but not October, serves a compelling governmental interest and is narrowly tailored. Aesthetic preferences and general traffic safety, while important, do not meet this exceptionally high constitutional standard. So what I'm going to say is that if you enact this, pass this bill as it's written, you're opening the city to a civil rights lawsuit the first time that you find someone for having a sign in their yard that you consider to be extraneous. And if you go talk to the clankers, any of the chat GPT clankers, you talk to any lawyers at the ACLU who deal with these, the ACLU wins lawsuits like this about this exact issue all around the country. So the first time you issue a fine, the person gets the fine, decides to call the local ACLU office, you have a lawsuit, Beach is going to earn some extra billable hours and going to have to hire outside counsel and waste a lot of time. So my advice is that you should send this back to the committee, have Beach ponder the whole issue, take a look at the case law that the Supreme Court has already ruled upon unanimously, and fix this before you rubber stamp it. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Pierce, what if you were in charge of the whole thing? There was no committees, there was no nothing. We just said it, gave it to you, and said, "Here, fix it."
Yep.
I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on?
The Constitution is quite clear. Free speech is absolute. If someone wants to have 15 signs in their yard, they should be able to have 15 signs in their yard. Okay. And the only ruling that the city should have is whether or not that has an impact on safety. So there are guidelines in the law about you can't use words like stop or danger or things that would make folks think that it was a traffic sign. But otherwise, this is a town. We moved here with our constitutional rights. We do not sign them away to an HOA like I've done in the past in the place I used to live. We haven't given away our rights to free speech. You guys don't have the right to take them. So it's I'm pointing this out because it's an issue that was a little bit of a sore spot for me when I did live in an HOA neighborhood. And anytime I see something like that that smells a little HOA-ish that's appearing before council, my dander gets up a bit. And so,
okay, thank you.
What was the exact number you were talking about? 158 what?
Oh, the provision of the document, section 158.24 is the
24?
24. It's the provision that restricts it to 2 temporary freestanding signs per road frontage.
Just so you know, that is straight from the Oldham County sign regulations.
It's
they have
unconstitutional too if it's
they have
challenged.
the same regulation.
Yeah. You should have a chat with the county attorney and with the attorney general. Talk to the ACLU as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else for public hearing? Motion to close public hearing.
Motion.
Oh, you got something?
I just wanted to confirm the information that we have found out. So the United States Supreme Court back in 2019 ruled we could not base it on the content of the sign, but we could regulate signs based on size, time, and place, and which is what this ordinance does. So the sizes, we can tell people what sizes they can have before they need a permit. We can tell people where they can put them and how many they are allowed to have. So during those 2 times of the year that we've had open dates, April 1st through May 31st and September 15th through November 15th, that is for anybody. That is for Cash Express. If they want to put 30 signs out in their front little yard, they're allowed to put 30 signs out in their front yard. That's for Great Clips that wants to do a big promotion for haircuts. They can put as many signs out as they want. So that is not restricted on who can do that. During those 2 times of the year, that is available for everyone that wants to put signs out.
Stephanie, this is, I don't see anything on here. I just want to make sure this is not just during election years. This is every single year,
This is
correct?
every single year between those dates, yes.
So I, as a resident, could put 30 signs in my yard during those if I wanted to.
That is correct.
Okay, I might do that.
As long as they're 12 square feet or less. Anything bigger than 12 square feet, you would need a permit for.
And it's not a total number of square feet from if you took all the
No,
signs.
it's each sign
Each
that's
sign,
12 square
okay.
feet. Thank you.
Motion to come out of public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Got any discussion by the council?
I mentioned something to Jason, who's an attorney too, and I said, is there a possibility we could get sued for allowing 1 million signs and turning LaGrange into Dixie Highway and lowering property values? And as Jason mentioned, you can get sued for anything. So I understand Mr. Pierce's point, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I can tell you right now that I know that the ordinance committee has not taken this lightly. It has been worked on for how long, Laura?
Years.
Years, yes.
Before I was in charge of ordinance committee, it's
Right.
been many, many years that this has been in the works. And I do think that this is much improved. I was talking with Aaron, who said that when he first started in his position in code enforcement, it was so confusing with the current ordinance on how to approve signs that Stephanie does them all, just because it was so confusing to try to figure out under our current ordinance how to make sure that you've gotten everything checked off to make sure every sign meets those requirements. So this streamlines it. It makes it much clearer, easier to understand for anyone. If you're a residential property, these are your requirements. If you're a commercial property, these are your requirements. It's very clear.
Now, when it comes to the church, are they considered commercial?
They're a commercial property.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
So
just
they
wanna
would
make
fall
sure
under the
that was-
commercial property
Okay.
guidelines. Even though they are in an area, there's a lot of residential area around them. They are commercial property.
Okay.
And we do have a fair number of mixed use property around LaGrange. So
It is, I'm just thinking out loud. So for commercial property, if there's a house that's being rented, does that then make that house a commercial property if they have renters instead of owners?
I don't think so, because it's still a residence for those people who are renting
Okay,
that property.
okay,
Yes.
okay, the purpose of the gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
But now if there's a for rent sign out there, those are permitted.
Yes, and under the guidelines, there's 2 per road frontage, so they could have a for rent sign.
Right.
You know, any time of the year. It doesn't have to be just during that period.
I'm going to move that we accept. Have I removed it? And we all,
Motion
I thought we
second already.
had motion and a second to go into,
Yeah.
never mind.
We've roll call.
So I think we're still in discussion.
Yeah,
We're
you're
still
right.
in discussion. Well, I feel that because it has been gone over and discussed and checked out and everything, and it goes along, agrees with the county. Because the county, I don't know if a lot of people know, we voted years ago that when zoning was taking place, we could have had our own zoning board. LaGrange could have had their own complete. The county could have one, and we could have one. But it seemed to be coherent with the county that it would be best to let the county handle it. But we still have to approve the zoning changes. So I believe this just backs up and takes what we have known from the counties and adjusted it for LaGrange.
We're doing roll call on this too, aren't we?
Any more discussion by the council?
I'll
Okay.
call for the question.
We'll take a roll call vote then.
Councilmember Bishop,
Yes.
Councilmember Kinzer,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ricketts.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
see, Councilmember Mancini,
Yes.
Councilmember Powell,
Yes.
Councilmember Kamer,
Yes.
and Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay. Ready for second read, public hearing ordinance. Okay, next we got, second reading, public hearing ordinance number 15, series 2026, an ordinance amending chapter 91 regarding speed humps on city maintained streets. Got a motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion
Got a second?
What's the motion?
to go in,
To
for,
approve.
isn't that what you asked for, like you did on the last one, amendment?
Someone makes a motion.
We gotta have motion and second before we go to public
Motion
hearing.
Yeah,
to.
You have to have a motion to
Oh, you
accept.
haven't read it yet. I do apologize.
Okay.
I do
Got it.
apologize. I was ahead of it.
You'd have to make a motion to accept or it just dies for lack of a motion.
Yeah. Is your motion a motion to approve this ordinance? I guess is my question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, first and second motion.
Was there a second?
Second.
Second.
Got a first and second. Now we got a motion to go in public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Anybody want to come forth for a public hearing on the speed hump?
Yes, Bill Lamline, citizen of LaGrange. I talked to Karen Black at the John's passing, and she told me, and I kind of thought it was, that I received the last communication with John Black on Monday, almost 7 o'clock in the evening. And I will read what he said. He said, Bill, you need to come up Monday night and speak in opposition to the elimination of speed humps or bumps. Hell, Anchorage has them everywhere to protect children and slow people down. And I wrote back to him, I was planning on coming. What a shame it would be to eliminate them. And then he came back and he said, it came out of the street committee because someone, and then that was the rest of it's blank. He never finished it. But I'm happy that I did have the opportunity to communicate with John that evening before he passed away. As you know, I was mayor and I was the one who put the speed humps in LaGrange. The first one went in front of my house on Maple Court. okay? And a couple people complained, you know, da da da. But then all of a sudden, the phone started ringing at City Hall and people wanted them, okay? So I think everyone that's been put in this city has been put in because the people who live in the neighborhoods want them. Now, I have no proof at all that they save lives or they keep people's property safe. I don't have that proof, but I'm pretty sure it's probably the best and really the cheapest way to calm traffic and keep people from speeding. Now, we could put a police officer on every corner if we wanted to, but it gets very expensive to do that. I really think that the speed humps have been a great improvement for neighborhoods, okay? You wouldn't want to put one on Jefferson Street or Highway 53 or any main thoroughfare, but they certainly work for neighborhoods that have children that need to be protected. And so anyway, I hope you consider the fact that that they hopefully they have saved a few lives. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anybody else?
We're probably beating a dead horse, most of us here, but I'm Diana Draper. I live in LaGrange, and I'm here to support, and that's my phone that I turned off. I thought, can you get it out of my purse? I'm sorry. I'm here to support keeping the current neighborhood speed humps and even adding more in the future if neighborhoods request them. Every neighborhood speed hump is clearly identified in two ways, as most of us know. Reflective painted stripes on the speed hump itself, a yellow rectangle traffic sign located in line with the speed hump that has the word hump displayed in huge black letters. Some people have stated the opinion that speed humps do not slow down traffic. I respectfully, strongly disagree with that opinion based on my own personal experience. I have a speed hump located directly in front of my home, which is clearly identified as I mentioned. I have more than 8 years of personal experience watching drivers as they approach the speed hump in front of my porch. Some heed the sign and painted stripes and slow down and drive over the hump with no problem. Some drivers either aren't paying attention to the signs or are just intentionally ignoring the signs, and they continue to speed over the hump, sometimes literally going airborne and even producing sparks we have seen as their vehicles slam down onto the road. If those drivers who ignore the signs and speed over the humps and consequently sustain damage to their vehicles have to blame someone or something for the damage to their vehicles, whom or what do you think should be held accountable? The inert speed bump with its highly visible reflective painted stripes just existing on the road, the inert and highly visible yellow rectangle road sign with the word hump written in huge letters located in line with the neighborhood speed hump, the city who installed the very clearly marked speed humps in our neighborhood streets to protect its citizens. It seems logical that the driver of the vehicle who ignored two highly visible road warnings about an upcoming speed hump should be held accountable for any damage and inconvenience or accidents caused by their own inattention to road signs and speed humps. It seems illogical that the majority of citizens who want speed humps in their neighborhoods should be deprived of these safety measures just because a few people feel inconvenienced by them or have had a negative outcome due to their own choices. Yes, I agree that neighborhood drivers have to take some care and time to slow down when they approach speed humps. I think most of us are more than agreeable to accept that minor inconvenience to protect our neighborhood families and children and pets
who walk or ride bicycles or cross the streets from suffering possible needless tragedies. I know I am very thankful for the speed humps on my street and can only imagine how fast vehicles would speed down my neighborhood street if they were phased out. Please vote to keep our existing neighborhood speed humps intact and maybe even consider adding more in the future if requested by LaGrange neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Hello. I did have a couple of our neighbors contact me off of Hoffman, and I went over and met with them. They had several incidents that kids almost got ran over and things like that. I do understand some of the arguments against speed bumps, but I also think we should probably falter on the side of keeping our kids and families safe. It's just my opinion, so thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
I wanted to say thank you to the public who came up and spoke about this because I was the one who said it needed to be public, and I would have felt really stupid if people hadn't come. So thank you. Before I was kind of paying attention to all this, I wouldn't have known that speed bumps and humps were a big thing. And you know what? I definitely wouldn't have thought about the wear and tear on the city vehicles, the cost of maintaining them, putting them in, any of that. I'm wondering, do we have any statistics showing how much the maintenance costs our city every year?
I can tell you that to install one, it's $4,500 to install it.
Okay.
So to maintain that, I would have to ask our public works director what they normally spend on wear and tear from the plow trucks or the upkeep of maintenance from just the repairs, maybe not installing it completely, but repairing it, the painting, the man hours that all go into that. I know that we have $0 in the budget that service speed humps. So I think that's really one of the big things is how are we going to pay for all of this? Because everybody's got that opinion on how we falsely use the funds. Do you, and I would ask you this question, do you know how many speed humps are in the city? 42. Do you know how many
Okay, I
miles
was
that our
guessing
public
half
works, do you know how many miles of roads our public works maintains?
Well, your road committee, tell
Yeah.
us.
It's 41. So
Okay.
you almost, if you want to go by miles that our public works department maintains, how many speed humps are already put in place? You've almost got one speed hump per mile over, technically. So it's $4,500 to install one. I'm going to pull this up because I took a picture of it. I just wanted to make sure I had it. So with that, do you know, basically, I can tell you that our last 3 mayors, I can tell you how they got installed. There were 4 installed on John Black's watch. There were 2 installed by Mr. Davenport, and there were 36 installed by Mr. Langlois. So this could be 50-50 because you're exactly right. People talk for them and against them. And just so you know, I don't care. I live in Prestwick. We don't have one. I can give you a couple different scenarios since I've been on chair and how this has happened with the committee. But I really wish the people that brought this up a couple months ago were here because this is really why it's got where it has, is because they were so adamant about it. So there was a couple that reached out to me, wanted me to come and address the issue. I did. I met with them. Had Corey go do the requirements and the criteria that we have in place for speed humps. He did all of that. With that, you have to get a certain amount of signatures. They did that, and I commend them for that. They had enough signatures for the approval. However, this is why we're all here talking about speed humps. However, they didn't like that where they wanted the speed hump, it didn't meet the criteria that we have in place currently to install a speed hump legally and how we propose this. And I'm willing to give this to anybody that wants to see it. So can we give her more time?
I was also going to say too, and she can talk, but after you're done, maybe Mr. Rusnick can get up and answer some of these questions.
Absolutely, 100%.
And see, I didn't want to put him on the spot, so.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. And it's okay because that's why we're here. You know, this isn't a, we're gonna, you know, this is a yes, this is why they're here. And I appreciate them for being here because it went to the committee. It did not have to come to this. As we all know, the committee can close the door and it was voted on 3-0 by the committee, okay? But that they didn't want speed humps. That was Mr. Taylor, Mr. Davenport, and myself. We all voted on that. So,
And the vote at city council was 6-2.
6-2
When
I
it was
brought it
going
to
to
council.
be a municipal order.
Yeah. So this is where I'm going with this. It had nothing to do with who wanted it, who didn't, if it's safe, if it's not safe. The only thing that's proven with speed humps, you're right, dude, they can slow people down, but they, you know, we talk about safety and, you know, seconds can mean anything with a life. So they are, the only thing that's technically proven is that they slow down your response time for all of your emergency vehicles, for fire department, for EMS, for police. That's what it's slowing down. Okay, so with that being said, this is what I want to add to that, and you can feel free to do that. But so the Public Works Department in LaGrange covers 41 road miles. We've got 42 speed humps. The city or Oldham County Road Department, which is where I just wanted to adopt what the county did, so we can kind of be uniform. They have 360 road miles that our Oldham County Road Department maintains. How many speed humps do you think are in the county on that are maintained by the county? And 0. You're exactly right. So, well, and so this is what I would say. I would say to that. So, how are we going to pay for them? Who's going to maintain them? You know, we took $300,000 out of the budget for an arch. I'm happy to put $300,000 back in there if we want to put speed humps in there. That's 66 speed humps if you want to know how many that is, because I broke it down $4,500 a piece. Now that doesn't include the maintenance. So I think we need to take all of that in consideration. And what I think people need to hear is we're not going to go out if this passes tonight and say, rally the troops and get them all out. No, they're not going to go away. Only if that road has to be repaved at any certain time. It's just the expense to put it back because there's nothing in there to maintain it or to install it. So just so everybody knows, if your road is repaved, then yes, you wouldn't get the speed hump back after that. We're not going to go out tomorrow and start digging up speed humps. So I know everybody likes to get on social media and rally the troops, and that's perfectly fine. You can do that. But let's just talk about what's going to happen. Not everybody's going to lose their, Corey's not going to have the guys out there with pitchforks and axes, you know, cutting them out tomorrow. That's not how it's going to be. So I think that we need to figure out, for one, if we keep them, who's going to pay for them and how much money are we going to allocate for that? Because if we don't, we're going to have a bunch of people saying, well, who's going to pay for it? And, you know, and this is the other thing. When I say 50-50, the people that want them, if we have to pay for them out of the taxes, the people that don't want them or have to pay for them out of the taxes. So who are you going to make happy? The 50% that want them, the 50% that don't. We just need to come to a consensus on how we're going to handle this, maintain it, install them, pay for them, do whatever it is that comes along with it, because it's more than the $4,500 to install them. Because there's a lot of man hours, there's a lot of time invested to do this. And but I just want everybody to know they're not going to just go away tomorrow. Just so we're clear on that. But that's a little bit about, you know, I could have, and yes, we can all get online and research however we want to make it beneficial. So, but that's it. But we do have a criteria. But what happened was the people that wanted the speed hump couldn't get it And those people are not here, and I'm not gonna name their names, but then they stood there and still asked us to put it in after it didn't meet it. So do you want me to do the ethical thing and just do it because what everybody likes to say, well, the good old boys used to just do it, so do it now? No, everybody's tired of that. So it's right and it's wrong. If their credentials met that, we'd have put it in and we'd have just figured it out, I guess, how to do that.
Let me ask one question. How much money does this city have in reserve right now?
How much money would you like for me to?
I
put
think
in
it's
it?
about
How much-
$14 million,
and
right?
How much money would you like for us to put in there to
No,
maintain?
no,
the
no.
speed
I'm asking you, how much money
$14
does,
million.
what's a child's life worth?
You know
What is
all
a
right,
child's
so
life
hold on, hold on.
worth?
I'm not. You can't put a price on anybody's life. What if you had a heart attack, or I had a heart attack, or Sarah, or anybody did, and somebody was responding to that, and the only thing that's proven, Bill, and I understand that you put a lot of those in.
My wife had that issue, and we have a speed bump right in front of our house. It didn't slow them down any because they don't run through the neighborhoods at 60, 70 miles an hour.
Well, they're gonna run.
They
through
don't
the-
even, they turn their lights off even when they come into the neighborhood.
Anybody's gonna speed, they're gonna speed. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We can agree to disagree on this. It is what it is. I'm not saying I'm for them. I'm not saying I'm against them. I'm saying let's come to.
Yes, you are. You're saying you can't afford them.
No, I'm not
That's
saying that. I'm just
that's
saying.
what I've heard.
No, how many do you want me to install?
As many as the people want
So
and
when
need.
All right, so when we do that, every single time we come back and we amend that cost into the budget, is that what you're asking
It
for?
should have been in Public Works budget.
How
Why
many
it's
did-
not,
all
I
right, well,
don't
this
know.
is what I would ask you. Out of the 36 that you installed, how many did you ask the council or the public about?
The public called me.
I'm just asking, but did you bring it to the council and ask their
We
opinion, or
had
did
it-
you just install them?
It was in the budget.
For speed humps was in the budget?
Yes,
Or
absolutely.
what, did it specifically say a line item for speed humps?
Nobody here from Public Works,
Oh,
unfortunately.
Corey is.
Oh, Corey, come up here.
Hey, we gotta set a timer, guys.
We're outside the scope of
We've
public
set a
hearing
timer
right
for
now.
others. We need to set a timer.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're kind of in an argument phase.
Yeah, I
I
think-
think we
yeah,
need
I
to have a
think,
public
yeah, we need
hearing,
to- yeah.
and then we need to have a discussion, and then we need to vote.
Did not we have money in the budget?
But Sarah's still waiting to talk because she was interrupted.
Probably before your.
I was not Public Works Director under Bill Van Mont's administration. So specifically, I don't know exactly. That was Keith Crowder. But,
How much money do you have in the budget for speed humps and maintenance?
we don't have any money earmarked for speed humps. We do have paving money.
That's right.
Just like people.
No, we tried that. That's the thing is they have to be removed and then reinstalled. Asphalt, yeah. So, I mean, I can go through the process. Do y'all want me to?
I
Do you
think
have
we,
an
I think,
approximate idea of what it is costing every year, just to?
I broke it down.
Maybe what we have.
Just so you know. So as far as the actual cost, so if we put it on a paving contract for signs, posts, thermoplastic markings, and an asphalt hump, it's $4,050 approximately
For a new one.
for a fresh, brand new. So we do our asphalt longevity is I average it on 13 years, and we have to restripe it at least every 6, roughly, because plows tear the markings off, whatnot. So we're dropping about 15,000 a year just towards regular maintenance now. So then any new humps that get put in, it's another. So we did price the rubber humps that are bolted down, but the recommendation for those is to take them up in the winter. But that's unrealistic. I mean, you figure 40 humps, we probably have 2 weeks labor just removing them where we're going to store them, unless we happen to know where they are. Raising plots, they're going to get tore up.
Sure.
But so I mean, the overall cost. I think it's roughly about $350 per hump per year in maintenance, general maintenance. By the time you figure the longevity of the lifespan.
I just can't believe we're talking about money on
Me-
this issue.
I have a question for Corey. Corey, have you ever done an inventory and I know on all these speed bumps do they now comply to the requirements for speed bumps?
Yes.
They do, okay.
Even the one on MUTCD. Well, sight distance, no. Oh, I see. As far as our guidelines, no, they do
No,
not.
the guidelines.
No.
I mean, if
We
they
have not
don't-
removed them because they didn't conform to our guidelines.
Okay, if they don't go by the guidelines, when they would be, when the road would be paved, they need to be moved.
If you all want to expend the cost to do so, we can, but that's up.
But just when it's paved,
Sure. Now, as long as they conform to the guidelines.
they have to
See,
conform to
we
the
didn't
guidelines.
make these up. These were put in 2015. We had a traffic consultant engineer service put
Mhm.
these together, Neil Schaefer.
Well, I mean, all speed bumps should, if we have them and people want them, they should go by the guidelines.
Right. And then we do. So I think out of all the ones that we've had, a lot of people will request them. They don't want to go through the trouble of the petition. So when I first took over, I had about 20 phone calls for people that wanted them, 20 people that didn't. So it turned into back and forth, back and forth. I told Joe, I'm going to get some guidelines put together. So we have something to go by where it's not a fight. Because I don't
Right.
feel like I have justification to tell them no, just because it's my discretion. So that's when we had to put it in place. And we have actually tweaked it to where it is less stringent. There was a traffic study that cost us $2,000 every time we did it. So we took it out.
And to clarify, I know you'd mentioned it before, but I just want to reiterate on this. The city has paid for damage to a vehicle caused by the speed bump before, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody hits a speed bump and damages their vehicle again, because we've already set that precedent of paying people for hitting the speed bump, if we don't do it, now we're looking at selective enforcement. So I think that's something to consider.
That was a speed bump that was out of regulation and they fixed it and it's never happened. So that's one time. You can't take a regular generalization about it.
We're still I don't know what we're doing. I think we are, but Sarah's still waiting, so I think she should finish, and then the next person should go.
Well, the reason that I came up and said something is because I knew that you, Mr. Powell, would want to share your thoughts on them. I also wondered what Corey had. I will say, as an insurance agent, I am sorry if you are hit one of those. You probably should suffer damages to your car and have to turn in a claim. I will also say that the issue of subrogation exists to recover money that the city may have to pay out because someone was stupid. I simply wanted to know what our process was going into this. I would like personally to see that when a city street is repaved, perhaps the people who live on that city street could have a say in whether we put a speed bump back or not. Personally, in my neighborhood, I would probably support doing so, and I would probably put in some Peasley amount of money for it. Just the other day, we were outside and someone literally screeched their brakes to go over the speed bump in our neighborhood. Granted, they then screeched their tires accelerating away from it. You're never going to have, if people are going to be stupid, they're going to be stupid. You can't do anything about that. You can't legislate them out of stupidity. But one of the things I would ask maybe you guys consider amending this ordinance is that if you're repaving a street and planning on taking one out because it doesn't fit the guidelines anymore, because we do pass the ordinance, maybe there could be some neighborhood input on whether we reinstall or not.
We'll let it finish and then we'll talk.
TJ Hughes. I live on 4th. I spoke about this earlier. I've been in the automotive repair business for over 20 years. A speed bump does not damage a car unless you're doing something as the operator of that vehicle you shouldn't be doing. So I'll just let that be out there. You know, they were obviously speeding if their car got hurt. So they were breaking the law. Thank you guys.
I'm Lucy Gowan, and I live in LaGrange. My grandchildren live in Woodland Lakes, and I visit there quite often. There are two speed bumps that I pass over when I go and when I come back. It definitely needs there because it's a straight line down that road, and I definitely think that you need that there because there are a lot of children that get off the school buses or are playing in the summer. I live on 5th Street, and a solution would be to have stop signs, and then you would have a lot of complaints. Putting stop signs in Woodland Lakes on, Woodland Circle, and then you'd have to have another one there. If you have plenty of stop signs right on in the courts, but I know the one on 5th Street has garnered a lot of complaints. But that would be a solution if you don't want to use speed humps.
Anybody else?
Since Jaeger was brought up, I feel compelled to say,
Name?
oh, Sue Ann Thompson.
Okay.
Because I live very close to Jaeger, and there are 2 speed humps there. And I got to tell you, if you're going to remove those speed humps, or if it gets repaved and you're going to remove them, you all need to put sidewalks there, because we drive that road every day because we live off of it. There's no safe way to get to the library. And every day we're passing kids on bikes, we're passing strollers, we're
It's in the
passing.
works. Sidewalks in the works.
Okay. So, okay, that's what I wanted to say. And also, my 4-year-old grandson announces every speed hump. So I think if a 4-year-old can see there's a speed hump, then I think drivers, I would hope, would be able to. Thank you.
Yeah, but to address that, yeah, because I just talked with Corey. He's had a meeting. Did you already have the meeting? Wednesday. Okay, with the people looking at putting in the sidewalks, see which side we're going to put it in, to connect kind of the whole walking thing with Springs Park to the library and connect that whole area and make LaGrange more accessible for everyone. So yeah, so that is in the works. So.
Got a motion to go to public hearing.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion by the council?
Yeah, Mayor. I've talked to quite a few constituents. I know we've had several people that live on 4th. It seems like 4th seems to be an area with speed bumps that everybody's in support of it. I talked to quite a few people who hate speed bumps, and especially when it's raining, when it's snowing, hitting the brakes and sliding and all that stuff. And I think it's a situation where the people that are on these certain streets that have long stretches, maybe they want them, but I don't know that that's the majority. From what I've heard, the majority does not want the speed bumps or humps. I think the whole nation is going away from speed bumps and speed humps, kind of like the county. I get what people are saying. I get it that there's speeding cars are dangerous. I live on Main Street, and the train comes down Main Street. I'd like to put in a speed bump for the train, but the point I want to make is we need to look at as a council. A lot of people want the speed bumps, but when it comes to putting in the money and paying for them, and paying for the maintenance and upkeep, and then also the damage and upkeep and maintenance to snow plows and vehicles and things like that. Well, people don't want them that badly. They want somebody else to pay for them on their street. So if it's my street and I want you to pay, the whole city to pay for something, well, maybe we need to come up with a list of things that I'd like to see on my street that I want the whole city to pay for. So anyway, that's, and I'm being kind of sarcastic, but that is something to consider. One other thing, I don't have a problem. I know this would change things, but if somebody in the neighborhood, if they really do want a speed bump in their neighborhood and they're willing to pay to put in that speed bump and pay to maintain it and pay to have insurance to where if it damages a snowplow or it damages cars that come by that sue, I would have no problem with letting them have that speed bump. If they're paying for it, they're maintaining it and they're doing the insurance on it. So I don't know what the rest of the council's thought on that is. And then it doesn't put the whole rest of the city on the hook for that street and that situation. So that might be one solution that we could leave in there. I mean, if your neighborhood, they want to pay for the speed bump and put it in and keep it, pay for the maintenance and pay for the insurance, go for it. I wouldn't want to stop that. But as far as making the rest of the taxpayers pay for it, that's where a lot of people have an issue with it. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that since this has been brought up, that's the one thing. Being on the chair of the road committee, that's what you hear. I don't want them. Why do I have to pay for them? I get it. I mean,
We're out of public comment, guys. This is just council.
so that's we've got this in here and under the criteria number 4. Any of you all want this? You're more than welcome to get one. The cost associated with the installation of the speed hump shall be from the party and or parties making the request for the installation. The problem came from somebody didn't get their way, so I took my ball, I'm going home, and I'm just going to kick and scream until that's all it was. There's only been 3 denials for speed humps. 2 of them didn't get enough signatures, and 1 of them didn't meet the criteria. The only one that we've heard about, and this is documented from the 3 denials, is the one person that didn't get their way because they couldn't put it where they wanted to. It didn't meet what we had. If that person would have said, we respect that, it doesn't meet the criteria, we'll have to do better. We wouldn't be sitting here wasting everybody's time about speed humps. We wouldn't. But they didn't get their way. And I wish that they were here because they stood there and asked us after they didn't get their way to still put it in. So do you all want me or any of these other 7 council members to put it in after it didn't meet the requirement?
No.
We're out of public comment, former mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Powell, since you're the chair of the road committee, I know we had talked in the committee about basically trying to echo what the county already had in place. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I know we spent 15 minutes talking about, being consistent with the county.
Yes.
In our signed ordinance just a few minutes ago, but I wanted to hear more about, because I know I've heard this before and I don't have the details in front of me, but what information do you have about speed bumps slowing down emergency vehicles? Because I've heard that as well.
The only thing that I could find online when I Googled that was the only thing that statistically stood out was that they slow down emergency response vehicles.
I would like to contribute to that because knowing that we were going to be discussing this, I did some research and I found a study, this was back in 2016, that many firemen are beginning to request to no longer install the speed bumps. And the reason for that is there is a 10-second delay for every hump or bump that an emergency vehicle has to go over. Obviously, a large vehicle like a fire truck has to go much slower when they're going over a hump. And so that means that depending upon the road, it's usually an average of about 60 seconds delay. From a fire perspective, fires double every 60 seconds. So that could be a very significant increase in the amount of damage to a dwelling or a business or loss of life. Also, for ambulances, if someone's not breathing every minute of delay, it's a 10% decrease in survivability. And with ambulances, they hit them on the way to the home, they hit them on the way from the home to the hospital. So that can become significant as well in terms of survivability. There was a study in Texas that shows that speed humps actually result in lost lives. So, nobody wants to have situations where children are in danger, but I think we also have to consider the flip side that these speed humps could actually lead to lost lives in other situations.
I'm blaming this on Andrea no matter which way we go.
I have a question for Corey. How many speed humps have we installed over the last few years? Like, what are we talking about here in terms of numbers?
He said 42.
42 that we have already. How many have we put in that are new?
Let's see, during John Black's administration, we've done 2.
2.
And then we did turnovers the other way, it was 4 during Black.
That was
2 during
4.
Jacobs.
Okay.
How many,
Yeah. Since we've had the guidelines, and we've had, like I said, we've had 3 denials, 2 didn't meet the signatures, and then 1 just the criteria, there wasn't a site distance.
I really think the concern here is the others. If we're going to replace them, when the road is paved, okay, then does that hump that was there meet the criteria to replace it? And maybe
It depends if you pass this ordinance or not. If it's, take the road out, or to be removed and not put back. But
The one on
some of the
Jaeger
humps-
does not meet the requirements right
No,
now. I understand that
it will
correctly.
have to move anyway.
It does not meet the sightline requirements, so you don't see it in enough time to stop.
We just paved Spring House, and there was 3 that were milled out for that, and all 3 of those will have to move.
because they did not meet the criteria.
When they were installed.
Right. So what we would be doing was just adjusting to where it's meeting the criteria
Right. If you don't pass this ordinance.
if we don't pass this ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
I'd like to make some comments. So I feel like a lot of the discussion we've had, we're putting expense over public safety. And public safety is supposed to be our number 1 priority as a council person. I'd also echo what Mr. Thompson said, and maybe it was the same individual, but I spoke with somebody on Hoffman Lane several months ago, and she wanted the speed humps to stay as well. There's a lady that's been very vocal online that lives off of Keene Avenue that went through this whole process, and is very adamant about keeping the speed humps in their neighborhood. For myself, because neighborhoods have been brought up several times, I don't live in a neighborhood. I live on a street. And so some of us do live in a neighborhood, some of us don't. Some of us have protections through HOAs, some of us don't. Some of us on purpose live on streets and not in HOAs, as we heard earlier today. I've lived on that street long enough to where when we didn't have speed humps, people went even faster than they're going today. When they were installed, yes, it did slow people down. I live about 5 houses down from one. It's a highly trafficked. I live on 4th Street. It's a highly trafficked road for both residential and commercial vehicles. I mean, there's tow trucks that go up and down our street every day, and you can hear them when they are going over the speed hump. And then sometimes they fly, sometimes they don't. I just don't understand why we would want to limit ourselves for public safety over expense. And, because we don't have dollars set specifically earmarked in the budget, but we do have road paving, which Corey had already gone over. I just don't understand why we want to limit ourselves. That's all I have to say.
I get your point, Trey, but I think what I was just talking about was saying that public safety also would say that the speed humps can themselves create problems and can impede, endanger lives and impede the emergency vehicles.
It sounds like 4th Street seems to be the main. Several of the people I've heard from are on 4th Street.
It's not.
Maybe that's where we need to put a stop sign or something in there and deal with that. I know Bill's a different street, but from several of the things that we've heard, it all seems to be there seem to be quite a few on 4th Street in that area. So maybe that's something we need to address differently instead of throwing speed bumps all over the city. Maybe 4th Street's one that needs to be.
I do think that that's the example that's being brought up for two reasons. One, it is a straight street, and two, it does go downhill for a portion of it. And I do remember the lady coming in, and she commented all of this stuff. So I feel like I'm just sharing what she said. But she came in 2019, sat in front of the council, asked all of these things for us to have speed humps and signs, and she did. She went through all the procedures. She accomplished what she was trying to do, and she's also commented that she feels like her neighborhood is safer because of it. So 4th Street's the one being brought up, yes, but it's any street that's straight, which I think that was part of. So I'll name their names because I don't think they have any problem. Randy and Michelle, they live on Horton Road. I think they were looking for an improvement for their public safety, and speed humps was probably the first thing that came to mind. I will agree. I don't think Horton Road it's definitely not the straightest road in LaGrange. But I think that's ultimately what they were looking for. There are no sidewalks. I mean, a lot of it's the older infrastructure in LaGrange doesn't have some of these things, that sidewalks and other public safety items in them.
The Jaeger has got at least one going down that hill, and I hate that one because you're going down the hill. So I feel like it wears out your brakes huge. But it's got a 90-degree curve right past that. So if you're doing, as everybody's saying, 70 miles an hour down the road, you're going straight off the road and into the ditch on Jaeger. I don't know why it's there, because if you're going fast, you're not going to make that 90-degree curve. So I don't know why it's there. The sight line's not right. That would be an example of one that's in a horrible place. And I'm sure the 3 or 4 people that live in that house or those houses around there are like, oh no, it's the greatest thing ever. But the other 10,000 people that live in LaGrange are like, wait a minute, why are we paying for that stupid speed bump? So I don't know.
And that speed bump, if it's right there and it doesn't meet the criteria that we have in place now, it wouldn't go back regardless if this was even still in place. So that's what I'm saying. How did it get there in the first place? Who put it in the wrong place and didn't actually do the study to see if it met the requirement or should have been placed there? I think that, this kind of goes, we could sit here and beat this horse all night long. We really could. I don't think anybody wants to see anybody get hurt. I think it's just the fact that it was just brought to the attention to us, and we addressed it based on what we had to go off of, and it's led us to this now. Because, what was denied didn't meet what we had. So when it got denied for not meeting what we required, that's why we're here. So would anybody be willing to say that they would have installed a speed hump just because somebody wanted it there based on what we have in place?
Yeah.
I would think for Horton Road, we would need to study it and figure out how to improve it, and whether or not we're able to straighten it out, or however we go about that. That's what my argument is for this item. Is
and I guess we could restudy every road and drop the speed limit, but is everybody gonna do the speed limit then?
What if I don't want a speed hump, but I want $4,500 worth of improvement in front of my place? But I don't want a speed hump. But I'm like, hey, if they got a $4,500 speed bump, what am I getting for $4,500? Because our taxes are the same. That's why I said if somebody's willing to pay for it and insure it to where if it's hit by snowplows or a car hits it and it tears it up, and they want to pay for it and pay for the maintenance and the insurance in that neighborhood, please, absolutely. I don't want to stop that. Go for it. But it's just making everybody else pay for it. That that is the troubling issue?
I think by passing this, we're taking a possible tool away from the city. If you left it there, it could still be evaluated. I agree. I think the ones on Jaeger probably aren't properly placed. But you'd still have the ability to evaluate it, replace it somewhere else, or eliminate it totally. But if we pass ordinance 15, you don't have any of those options. It's just removal once you repave the street. And that's period.
Do we want to start putting speed bumps in along Main Street? How's that look to tourists coming in? We start putting in a speed bump because I want a speed bump in front of my house. Well, I want a speed bump.
I think we're going into extremes, so I'm just going to call for the question.
It's because that's been the criteria for it before. If somebody wants it, you got it.
Call for the question to end debate.
I'll back that. I'll second that.
I don't think you can stop conversation.
I mean, we can have a vote to approve whether we want to stop debate. I think that's appropriate.
You can.
Yeah, I think that's the appropriate way of doing it.
Yes.
And if we have a majority that wants to close debate, but I don't think we could just call for the question and debate.
I agree, and that's what I said.
Okay, so he's got a motion to call for the question.
Let me do a roll call vote on that.
Roll call vote.
Okay, is this to end debate?
This would be the end debate.
It's end
Just
debate.
debate.
Okay. This is just end debate.
Councilmember Bishop,
Yes.
Councilmember Ricketts,
Yes.
Councilmember Kinzer,
Yeah.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Mancini,
Yes.
Councilmember Powell,
Yes.
Councilmember Kamer,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
8-0 passes. So you can go into roll call vote.
Motion to approve the ordinance, is that what we're gonna be doing now?
That's what was
Yes,
already
motion, roll
previous.
call vote,
Motion.
motion to
Right,
approve it.
okay, just wanna make sure we're all
Yes.
on the same page.
Councilmember Bishop,
So can I ask a question? So a yes vote would be to move forward with
to
ordinance
approve
15.
ordinance, yes.
A
correct.
no vote is to no longer move forward, just
Correct.
so everybody
Correct.
understands.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
No.
No. Councilmember Ricketts,
No.
Councilmember Kinzer,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Mancini,
No.
Councilmember Powell,
Yes.
Councilmember Kamer,
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
It's a 4-4.
It's up to you, Mayor.
You gotta break the tie.
No.
Okay. Motion does not pass.
Mr. Powell, can we revisit this? Maybe there's some other solutions and other
Absolutely.
compromises that we can look at in the
Absolutely.
road committee that would make sense for everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That was the whole point.
Y'all want to take a 5-minute break?
Please.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Introduction of the. We're on 16, aren't we? All right, number 16, second reading and public hearing of ordinance number 16, series 2026, an ordinance establishing non-elective office of city administration. Got a motion?
I'll make a motion. Yeah, that's me because it's my ordinance.
And I'll second that.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What's this motion for? It just said motion. So is there a motion for something before I vote for it?
Yeah, I said second.
To approve, just to go.
To
To
approve.
go into discussion
So they made
about.
a motion, but we need a motion going.
Well, we need a motion. Yes.
Yeah.
Going to.
It's to accept it.
I'll make a motion to go to public.
Well, there's a motion to approve and there's a motion to second, and then we have to go to a motion to go into public hearing. We haven't had that motion yet.
Not yet. The
Okay.
first one was.
So we need. I'll make a motion to go into a public hearing.
I'll second.
Who was the second?
Jason, Kinzer,
Lucy.
Jason,
Me.
Bob Barker, tuna fish sandwich. Yeah. That was louder.
Did we get approved to go into public hearing? Got a second?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing, okay. Anybody in, want to come forward for the ordinance establishing non-elected office city administrator? Anybody? Okay, motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All righty. Need, discussion by the council?
Only thing I'm just gonna say, I guess as a candidate for mayor, what I've read, what a city administrator does in other cities. I feel like that's what the mayor's supposed to do. I know a lot of times a lot of people are saying the mayor should just be a public figure and not have to deal with project planning or regular scheduled meetings or coming up with the budget. And I just feel like it's the mayor's position is a hands-on position, in my opinion. I'm not saying upon passage that maybe the mayor is not going to be that way, but we had some discussion over city administrator several years ago, prior to Mayor Black, and that council then, which I was a part of as well, and I don't know what the vote was, but we felt like having a strong mayor versus having a city administrator or changing the form of government was the path that we wanted to continue on. So I'm going to vote no for this. I just feel like the mayor should be a strong mayor, and you are the CEO of the company, so that's how I feel.
If I may jump in, I know we talked last month. I think there were some laughs toward the end of the meeting when this was first brought up, and there was the suggestion of getting rid of committees, and some people were laughing like, "Hey, that sounds like a plan." I do think while this might save some time in that situation, it does add more power for a non-elected official, and I also think it diminishes all of our voices. I do think for the residents who voted for us to be their voice, I mean, this is a serious disservice to them. I really do agree with what Mr. Kamer just said. I don't think we have a rush to do this. The next council could do this if they wanted to. It's actually not even starting until January 1st, 2027. The next council could pass that and start it next year just the same way. There's also no accountability. I mean, there's a lot of blame game that could go on if something happens and the mayor says, "It wasn't me, it was the city administrator," or vice versa. Also, the salary issue. What are we going to take? A salary cut of the mayor and give some money to the city administrator? I think there's a lot of questions there. I think it's better left for the next council to deal with personally. So, thank you.
I had a constituent that I spoke with, who had kind of said, kind of mirrored what you said, Jason, that there's, it does kind of concentrate power and it's unelected. I've always been about giving the people the voice and letting them decide. So while initially I thought it was a good idea, I got to agree, it kind of concentrates power. And then it's a non-elected position, and it takes power away from the city council, which is the more frequently elected position. So I agree with you.
I guess the only thing that I would say is that I see both sides, but I know that we were put in a real tough situation last week. And not to jump ahead, but this is one of the issues why I asked to have line item 22 put on there. Our county government operates with a judge and a deputy judge. That deputy judge can't lead a meeting. He's really not the voice of the elected magistrates. He's just there more so as a backup if something happens for the judge can't make a meeting, or the judge might be out of on whatever it is, he could have a surgery, or he or she could do something, or there could be a tragedy. But that's why they have their plan in place, and I think that's something that we need to discuss, like we did when we talked about filling Mayor Black's position. And that's why I did what I did by appointing the most senior. And if Joe would not have done that, I was willing to then go down the line to Jason, and so forth and so on. That was just my plan. Maybe it's not the right one, it's not the wrong one. I just like to have, for a week, all of our directors, all of our employees, we're just kind of, and luckily we've got good directors. We've got good staff, and they all work together, but we don't know what the future holds. So yes, the budget, there's no money in there for that. And it doesn't say that they have to be appointed, because even if this gets put in and the mayor wants to have a city administrator, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it the approval come from the council to approve that suggestion, or do they just hire them because it's an appointed position similar to Mr. Craigmile? So I don't see the harm in it, me personally, only because we're not putting money in there. We're not assigning it to be added or not added. We're just having some verbiage for us going forward with any city council that sits here in the future, or a mayor that sits there in the future, that we just want to have a plan in place. So it makes an easier transition in a rough time, that we've got somebody that we can all go to. It's like I said about, the president has the vice president, and then you got the speaker of the house, and it just keeps going down. If something like that happens, then we've got, the judge, the deputy judge, and then the most senior magistrate. So that's just my plan. That's my thought. It's not right or wrong. It's just, if it's in there and they choose to use it, they can use it. If it's not, they don't have to. I think it's just some added security for not, anybody moving forward on council or in the mayor's position. That's just my opinion on it.
Right. To answer your question, he or she serves at the will of the mayor.
Okay.
So they're dischargeable, and they only have as much power as the mayor gives them. They don't have any inherent power.
Sure. Okay.
I personally think that right now we don't need to add a position to our government. We don't have a plan to put this position into place. If we were to decide that we needed this position, it could be created. And that happened when Mayor Black asked for someone in Cindy's position. We approved that position, and pretty shortly thereafter, she was hired. So I don't see any reason in creating a position that we don't we have no intention to fund or fill.
Well, this came from the Personnel Committee. We met just because we were working on the employee handbook at that time. And we noticed that we had positions listed that we don't fill, we haven't filled. But in knowing what it's a non-elective city administrator, if you read what their duties would be, is that one thing he would advise the mayor in policy formation on overall problems and operations of the city. It's just another mind, but the mayor doesn't have to accept that. The mayor is the last word with any of this. He would have or he or she would have the major responsibility of preparing, administrating, or operating capital improvement budgets under the direction of the mayor. That helps the mayor formulate that, and that's a pretty big job in itself, which we know. And advise the mayor in the appointment and oversight of subordinate administrative personnel. That has been kind of a problem over the years. I know that there's been some questions there that we had with former mayors. And if you read everything they were supposed to do, it's just there available. This does not become effective till January 2027, and I know that, but it just seemed something that would be there if we needed it. But I also see that you say, well, we'll just wait and do it then.
It would, yeah, to me, it just seems like another level of bureaucracy, but even if you want that, it's, we've got Mayor Davenport here for a few months, and we will have another mayor, and if that mayor chooses to think this is a good idea and the council wants to pursue it, it seems like they could still get it in pretty quickly.
It would take a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, it could be February, March, sure, but that'd be, and plenty of time before the budget would even have to be figured out for 27, 28. But then again, on the other issue, I know it was not easy for the city employees over the past week, obviously, but I give a lot of kudos to everybody sitting along this table here because now sitting, we have interim mayor Joe Davenport and Andrea Mancini, councilwoman, that we got in place in about 2 hours. So I think we were pretty efficient with that. And I hope we never have to face this situation, and I hope no other council has to face this situation ever again. But I think we did a pretty darn good job.
And Kenneth, you'd mentioned Mayor Black in that situation. Mayor Black was dead set against this. He did not want it. He made that very clear that he did not want this position. So anyway.
Well, do we take Mr. Taylor's suggestion and table that, or like you had mentioned for the kind of like we did, how we tabled
Compensation.
yes, the compensation plan.
I've learned that the word is not supposed to be tabled unless you mean postpone?
Postponed.
Okay, because there's a gross misunderstanding of this tabling thing. Tabling supposedly means you're busy or somebody has to go run out and get something out of the office, and you just put it over here on the table for a few minutes and you pick it up at the end of the meeting. At the most, you go to the next meeting. It doesn't last for 6 months.
Okay.
So
We've
if you
already
just
got
want to postpone it, you can do that.
We've already got a motion and a second, so we would need to
do
create a
what?
new motion to postpone indefinitely,
You said
correct?
table.
I know, but we've already got a motion and a second to pass it, so we would have to either defeat it, or do we need to do a second motion to postpone indefinitely?
You would. Well,
We just had a motion to open it up, didn't we?
To accept it.
You had a motion to accept.
Yep.
I don't know if we had a motion to postpone.
I'll make a motion to postpone until the new year. And
Yeah, amend
when
the
we have a
motion.
new council in January.
Mr. Craig Mile, does that make sense to amend the motion? The previous
You want
motion?
to amend which
To postpone it
motion?
indefinitely.
I
Because
think
we did a
Well,
motion to accept, which is basically to pass. It's the same thing, a motion to accept,
Accept,
a motion to pass.
I missed out. Accept what?
Ordinance 16.
Yes, in the beginning, they motioned to accept to bring it to the table to discuss it. That's what the first motion.
I think you'd have to ask.
I thought it was, the motion was to table it, which means you don't want to talk about it anymore because somebody has to do something.
I misspoke on the word table. I do
Okay.
apologize, City Attorney Beach. I'm not an
Okay,
attorney.
well, that's my job. That's, you hired me for, you're welcome to fire
Thank
me
you.
anytime you want.
You're not fired.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I got to know what this table thing means.
Okay,
Okay, now we're needing. the
okay, well,
person who made the
postponing is
initial-
a debatable thing, so you all can
So
debate
that
it.
would be.
And then,
Natasha.
and, you should debate it. If it's a motion to debate and somebody, I mean, to postpone, and
I will
somebody
make a
wants to
motion
second
to
it, and you wanna
postpone my-
discuss it and then vote on that, you can do that.
I want to
Ms.
make a
Bishop,
motion to postpone this because I made
To
the
amend
motion.
your-
So I want to amend my motion to postpone it indefinitely.
Okay,
There you go.
okay, well, you should.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Postpone it indefinitely, or you're supposed to postpone it to a time.
No, you can do it definitely.
She did it.
I mean,
We'll postpone it to January 1st, 2027.
yeah, that's,
There you
because this
go.
wasn't gonna take effect until January first.
Right.
Okay,
And I'll second that.
and that, yeah,
Beach, you're saying you cannot postpone indefinitely now.
You can.
you just, well, that's just called voting against it. I mean, this is
Well,
all
that's true.
semantics. Okay, yes, you can just, if you don't want it, then just vote it down tonight. Don't postpone it, make up your mind.
But I think what they were just saying was, let's just postpone it and let it be, let it sit there for the
Just-
next
Just vote
council.
it down and bring it back up in January. If you want to.
Either or.
I mean,
Well, we
I
have
don't
a,
think,
we have a
I mean,
motion.
this is something that all big
Good.
cities, and we're a big city now. Almost 80% of these, of cities have these things.
Louisville doesn't have one. I looked that up.
They've got.
I know we're
4
not
deputy
Louisville.
mayors though.
Right. So that right.
He said it firsthand.
So I don't know.
Crestwood's got a mayor and a clerk, is it, right? And their government.
Yeah.
Can I call the question since we have a motion and a second and discussion?
Lucy did. Is this a motion to postpone this till January 1st, 27?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. For the new
Well, she
council.
needs to change it because she said indefinitely.
No,
She,
she
she
did.
did change it too?
She
Okay,
did.
Correct.
okay, just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
all on the same page.
All right. Councilmember Bishop,
Yes.
Councilmember Ricketts,
Yes.
Councilmember Kinzer,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Mancini,
Yes.
Councilmember Powell,
Yes.
Councilmember Tamer,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Alrighty. Before we had introduction on the building and tax rate.
Yes.
Okay, next on the agenda, we got introduction of ordinance number 18, series 2026 for first reading of ordinance leveling a general tax.
Now, this is something that has to be done every year.
Yeah.
And
Why?
I don't think there's any change. We're not,
There is
One
actually.
of you old schoolers tell me what's why do we do this every single year? It seems like something that you shouldn't have to pass an ordinance for.
You have to.
by
Yeah,
law.
too
Oh, it's a Kentucky State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Just-
KRS thing.
Just
Okay.
so people know what this is the ad valorem tax. It's not a new tax. It's a real property tax and the personal property tax. My question though is our current rate is 19.1 cents last year per $100 worth of real property. And it's the same 26.5 for the personal property, but according to my reading of this is going up 0.6 cents per $100 worth of property. Is that accurate or is this a typo?
No, it's going up because that makes the 0.197 is the compensating rate.
But
With
it can
the
be
membership.
lower than the compensating rate, correct?
It can be if the council chooses to.
It could be the same 19.1 that it currently is,
It
right?
can,
Okay.
yeah, and then that would be just the city would not receive basically the same amount of revenue they received last year.
And
less amount.
and to that end, Jason, I had mentioned a couple of months ago, the real property tax for some reason is at 26 something percent. I had mentioned bringing that down to the same amount as the property tax, and the council kind of thought about it. So why don't we wait till after this? after this budget. So I think this might be a good time. And again, I know this is a second reading, but as Trey has said before, this is the only time the council gets to talk to about this when there's a quorum.
First reading.
Oh, this is first reading.
First reading. So
Oh, okay.
I was
thought it
simply,
second.
I was simply going to point out next month when we're all sitting here.
Okay. I'd like to see that drop
as
down
it is
so it's
now. We
equal.
will be voting to increase property taxes. I think you all want to think about that. That's all. I wanted to suggest. That's just the first reading.
Yeah, and I'd like to suggest that we move the real property tax down to the same rate. It makes sense accounting wise. It's just silly that it's 26 and the
I
other
mean,
one's
the
19.
personal property, the tangible.
Yeah, tangible. Yep. I think tangible should be the same as the property. So anyway, whoever's on this, is this ordinance committee or where's this coming through? Budget committee?
Budget.
Who's the chair of the budget committee?
Joe.
No.
I don't think you can be anymore.
Oh, yeah, not anymore. So I don't think they've appointed
Who else
anybody.
is on the budget committee?
Trey and
Laura.
Yeah.
It's the two of us.
So I know this is just first reading.
Can,
So-
can I interject for just a second? So this didn't come through the budget committee, so I don't want the expectation for you to think that we were raising property
No, I'm not
taxes.
suggesting
we,
that.
We did not, this did not
We
come
haven't talked
across.
about it.
Yes.
No, I'm just saying if we're voting on this next month, that's how it's reading now, that we would have to potentially vote to
Agreed.
increase it.
But I just want to level set. This
Right.
did not come through committee.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the 19.7 would be the same that we got at the 19.1? Would that be, is that what you're saying?
So the compensating tax rate puts you in the same position to earn the same revenue based on increased property values, not including any new property additions. So our rate, in order to keep us at the same level of revenue that we earned last year, we would have to push the property tax rate to 0.197.
Wait, why, you lost me on that. Why would we, because property values have gone up, so why would we need to increase the percentage as well?
So there's a whole mathematical formula that,
Okay.
you know, we can present next meeting, or I can send out to the council to
Okay.
review it.
Okay.
But by Kentucky revenue statute, you have to at least, the recommendation, which is the compensating tax, is if we want to hold our revenue at a level that we had, there's that dang fly, that we want to hold the revenue steady to what we had at least earned last year. So the property tax values, yes, go up, but we also, when we compute the compensating tax, we do not include new property additions. So like if there were new homes built, or new properties coming within the jurisdiction, they're not included. So this just takes the new assessed value of the existing properties within the city.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see the explanation, because obviously if there's an empty field and now there's 60 new houses this year, that's.
Well,
gonna
we
be-
don't get that level of detail. That level of detail resides at the county. So all we get is in total. So
Okay.
we get like total property values in total from 2005. We get total property values for 2006, and all the new additions and stuff are maintained by the county PVA.
Okay.
So-
And if you wouldn't mind, if we could get the information that, what would the total revenue be at the, what's on here right now, 19.7 and 26.1. And then if you don't mind, what would it be if we kept it at the 19.1 from last year and also dropped the tangible tax to 19.1 as well?
The tangible tax.
Can I make a
'Cause I don't think it's a lot of money.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Could you send this through committee so we could cover it in committee and then
Yeah,
bring
I
it?
think, and I'll just walk by here real quickly and show you the formula that this goes through, just to see how complicated it is.
Okay.
So there's a lot of numbers on these pages
Mhm.
to come up with the compensating tax rate. So, and it's not something that I can take 15 minutes and walk through with you.
So I'm gonna have to be counting on my fingers and toes, is what you're saying.
There's, oh, Heather's.
I have a question in a minute when you get back up to the mic. But
See, so there's a whole formula that you gotta go through to take all these numbers.
if you could provide that to the council too, that'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Okay.
Just a
Yeah,
copy.
these are what I was talking about.
Yeah, send,
Thanks.
yeah, send those to us.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Cindy, I do have a question. This proposed rate increase for property tax, doesn't that exceed the 4% maximum revenue increase that's allowable under Kentucky law?
The 4% increase by Kentucky law would push the rate up to 0.204.
0.204.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So
Maybe-
we did not we did not take a
Okay,
4%
I just wanted
increase.
to. Okay, great. I know it's his first reading, so that'll be something the council can deal with.
I guess I'm confused about how when property values are going up, that we are raising the rate in order to keep the taxes the same. That just somehow that doesn't compute for me, unless we've lost property. But I'm not aware of us losing property.
And surely we've
Hold
had
on.
some new neighborhoods and houses
Homestead
built.
exemptions are included in this as well. Homestead exemptions, so anybody 65 and older, they can receive a homestead exemption, which is $41,900 per property.
So this is taking into consideration those people that have homestead
Correct.
exemption.
Which we've had a lot of, I will tell you this.
We processed a
we
lot
processed a
last year.
lot of homestead exemptions over the last year.
Okay.
Yeah. But like I said, this can go through budget committee, Trey, if that's your recommendation, and I can also send out a little bit more explanation as to where these numbers come from on these spreadsheets, so you can see mathematically how it works.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you could, once the committee meets, if you could just send us that, all of us, then that would eliminate a lot of questions at the next meeting.
Absolutely. I think we can work through that as a committee.
Can I
It's a
ask a-
two-person committee, but I would assume Joe would assign somebody else to fill his position there as well.
I was going to bring that up under.
Probably
new
with all the
business.
committees that he was on. Would
Yeah.
be a good idea.
And Jason, there's also the same formula that the personal property tax, the 0.265, it goes through a whole gyration of numbers too to get to that rate as well.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'd like to see if we drop them, if we keep both, if we move both to 191.
Well, and you
Instead of
ha- and-
197 and 26, whatever, 265 or 191 and 265, I'd like to see the total dollar amount difference if we have them both at 191.
Yeah, and you have to fall within certain statutes, so there may be the possibility that moving it to the personal property tax down to 0.197 or even 0.191 as to what it was last year, that may be below what we're allowed to do by statute.
We can cut the tax completely.
I don't think that's the case, but I'd love to see that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see the statute on that if that's, because we should be able to cut the tax completely if we want to.
No, you cannot. By statute, you cannot do away with property tax, an ad valorem tax. It is in Kentucky revenue statute that's how cities collect, and that's their main revenue source. Because we set the rate by ordinance, but the fact that there is an ad valorem tax is set by Kentucky revenue statute.
Okay, is there a minimum rate by KRS?
Yes, there is. It's also computed on this form.
Okay, all right.
And I apologize. I do not know what that revenue statute is off the top of my head.
That sounds like one of those really convoluted old Kentucky laws that needs to be changed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Joe, just to help everyone out, like Jason was saying, the committees that you were on,
On the
road and
Ordinance.
the budget and
an ordinance.
yeah, so you're on.
I was
three.
on ordinance,
Streets and.
I was chairman of the budget committee, I was on ordinance committee, and I was on the street committee.
Yeah, so would you just appoint a fill-in for that for us, so we can let Trey
Andrew took my seat, she could just go on to it.
and that's what I'm saying, but can you do that? for us?
That'd be pretty simple, wouldn't it?
It
I
sure
mean, everybody
would.
else is on the committees, so you
And you're
can't,
welcome.
you can't add all
Throw her
those
to the
people that's
wolves
already,
right off the bat.
that's already on the committee, so.
Yeah, study that
Sorry,
whole budget
Andrea.
and get that done by next Tuesday, Andrea.
I'm gonna pull out.
You're lucky Joe didn't volunteer for 6.
Hopefully you have meetings in the evening.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, with that being said, is there choosing the next one? Is that going to be, do we have to wait before we can even attack the city budget?
It makes sense to me.
I mean, the next thing on the agenda is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance number 8, which is adopting the City of LaGrange annual budget. Well, if we don't know what,
This is the revenue. Or part of the revenue. That's what
Right.
you're saying, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I think we gotta officially move to number 18. Mayor, we gotta move to number 18 and we can figure out what we're gonna do with it, don't we?
Yeah, we ready for it. Second reading, public hearing of ordinance number 8, series 2026, an ordinance adopting the City of LaGrange, Kentucky annual budget for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2027 by estimating the funds for operation of city government. Got a motion to, need a motion in a second. Got a motion?
Motion to.
So Lucy, were you saying you would want to table this another month?
well, I'm thinking if we don't know what we're getting, can you continue with this?
And nobody gets raises.
What's coming in? And that's the thing, you know.
So I had the help of a really nice lady that helped me. Kentucky Revenue Statute 132. So if you read Kentucky Revenue Statute 132, it says that you must maintain the same level of revenue from the previous year, that is what we have included in this year's budget.
Okay, so in other words, the one of ordinance, 18 is calculated to maintain the level of what you were in the previous year.
Correct.
Okay, so
But at a minimum in the budget, we have to maintain the same level of revenue. So that's what we have done in the budget, is maintaining the
Okay,
same level of revenue.
if we lower this, then we're going to have to lower it kind of falls downhill.
It's not going to I'll be honest with you, it will probably not lower the budget enough to make a significant difference in the budget. And the budget isn't intended to be actual. It's not to say I'm actually going to receive $132.33. You have to make some sort of best guess estimates with the information that you have to work with, and that's what the budget is.
So we can go ahead and discuss and possibly accept this budget, but not pass.
Well, and this is just for first reading for the general tax.
Okay.
And because of the timing of the general tax for first reading and second reading, I don't think in history we've ever approved the ordinance for the general tax prior to approving the budget.
Okay. Okay.
Because we don't get PDA's calculations for the year until August.
Gotcha.
Cindy, is that the KRS 132, that's just for the ad valorem tax, or does that include the compensation tax as well?
There's nothing in the ordinance in 132 regarding the compensation tax. We set the compensation.
Okay.
There is something in Kentucky Revenue Statute about compensation tax, but the rate at which we collect it, that is set by city ordinance.
So all the times I brought up, and I'm not asking you, this is a rhetorical question, all the times that we brought up lowering the compensation tax, and we were told, well, if you're going to lower a tax, why don't you lower the property tax? That was a non-starter because it's not legal to lower the property tax.
No,
You can
lower the property tax.
But you just said we had to keep the same level.
She said we can't get rid of the property
the same,
tax.
that is correct, but we have to maintain, and it is in revenue statute that we do have to adopt a rate that keeps us at the same level of revenue that we earned last year.
So that would mean we can't drop it if it's same level requirement.
Yes.
We need to dig into this some more, because that seems crazy that the city council couldn't lower its own tax rate.
We've lowered
That
before.
doesn't
We've lowered
seem-
before.
We lowered it before.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that doesn't, that
It
seems
was
like
over. It was
there's-
over 20 before. It's 19.1 now. We have lowered it.
Okay.
More than once.
All right, so there is a way to lower it. We gotta talk to KLC or somebody to figure it out. We can put beach on it.
Well, they have what they call the substitute rate, and the substitute rate is 0.193. And I don't have enough information in front of me to explain the substitute rate versus the compensating rate.
Okay.
But that is an alternative rate to be used, so you cannot go below the substitute rate.
Okay. While you're up here on the budget question, last month, we had mayor.
Wait,
had-
are we talking about it yet? Do we gotta make a motion to go to talk about this? We were talking about the budget. Yeah, we got a motion.
Well, I just want to ask Cindy a question about it. I don't know if we have to go into it or not, do we?
Yeah.
We do. All
Usually
right.
we do. Motion to accept ordinance number 8, series 2026.
I'll second.
So since it's a second, we got to go into public hearing too, don't
Yes,
we?
need a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
It don't matter.
Anybody want to come forward?
Aye.
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 Yeah, we're in public hearing. Anybody?
So I'll be your
Okay.
You can ask
am I
questions.
in
Yeah.
public hearing for Jason to ask questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. So here was my question. Last month, Mayor Black had mentioned adding 12,000 for one position to increase that salary by 12,000. And someone asked him, I can't remember, I think it was
did.
Latasha.
I was gonna ask that when we got into discussion, yes.
It-
And
it
I
asked-
asked him,
yeah.
would he get the 12,000 and the 5% that everybody's gonna get? And he said no. But when you add these numbers up, it's the 5% and the 12,000.
That is correct.
So where did that come
So,
from?
yeah,
Because Mayor
that-
Black said no, but we're seeing it on black and white. So who made that decision to add it together?
Because he didn't ask me.
Okay.
Flat out, he did not ask me how I put in the 12,000. So the budget, that 12,000 was designated for, at the point in time, for a particular position. Please take this, that $12,000 does not have to be designated for a position. The mayor, the city mayor, has the option to disseminate that monies however he sees fit, or not to disseminate those monies. Everyone is included in the budget with a 5% increase, and the police with a 6% increase. I will always tell everybody, and Corey, you're my biggest offender. That just because it's approved in the budget doesn't necessarily mean that you have the green light to write a check. It still has to be big expenditures, projects, they all still go through the mayor. He still has to sign the purchase order, and he still has to sign the contracts, and the mayor is the only one who can give the HR director authorization for individual pay increases. So from the last time the budget was presented, there have been no changes other than so let me back up. From the working session, all the changes were incorporated that the council had agreed upon. Since the public working session that the council had, we added an additional $12,000 in the admin salaries budget.
Okay, I got a question. Can I make a motion to take the $12,000 out of the budget?
Second. If that's an option.
Well, right now we're in public comment.
Oh, my
Yeah.
bad. Well, when we get to that, that's what I want to do. We can get out of public comment.
Cindy, I have a couple of questions, and maybe I'm confused. So on that extra 2 pages that you provided, it says 26, 27 budgeted gross pay. All of those numbers are the proposed salaries for this budget, which would include raises. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for every city employee, generally it would be 5%, but for the police department, it would be 6%.
Correct.
And then for the last position listed on page 2, you mentioned it was 12,000 and 5%, correct?
Correct.
My question is, was the 12,000 added and then the 5% added on top of that, or was the 5% added first and then the 12,000 on top of that? Because that's two different numbers.
That is correct. They are two different numbers, and the 5% was added first.
First, okay, gotcha. Do we know what it would be if the 12, I guess we would just take 12,000 off of that and that would give the number.
Correct.
Correct, so 66, 9, 15, 58, is that what we're talking about?
66.9.
Am I right with that number? 66, 915, 58?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure which one went first.
We can come out of public hearing and still talk to Cindy, part of our discussion. So a motion to come out of public hearing, if there's no one else that wants to speak.
Second.
Nope.
Got a second?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I want to make a motion to take that 12,000 off the budget.
Second. Which, from my reading, anytime you affect the budget, that constitutes a significant change. So we'll have to go back to it first.
Whatever.
So from a percentage perspective, there is nothing in revenue statute that indicates what actually constitutes a material change. And I think, Beach, you can attest to that.
In the legal handbook, one of the things that's mentioned in there is if it affects the budget.
I don't
That's
think
one of the- that's
$12,000
one of the criteria.
is a significant change out of a $17 million budget.
Yeah.
But didn't you say that you could dispense that, the mayor can give that $12,000 however he sees fit, right?
He could dispense it any way he sees fit. He could choose to give it to one person. He could choose it to give it to nobody.
Kenneth, you're asking for legal advice though from an accounting person.
No. He's asking
No, I was just asking.
from
is,
what the
you know,
mayor's
what if you took the
authority for that
$12,000
$12,000.
Can I
divided
clear?
it by 6 directors and just gave them $2,000 and a 5% roll on down the road?
If he could do that, then
There you
he'd
go.
give all the raises without ever bringing it by us. So he can't. There's some guidelines in there.
Can I clarify?
That's the reason for having a compensation plan.
Right.
Can I clarify one more thing? Mr. Craigmile just mentioned that, I forget what number, $12,000 is not a significant change in a $17 million
Material.
budget. Material change in a $17 million budget. Where's the $17 million budget? Because I'm seeing that this budget is what,
19.
11
Talking
million?
about the Overall.
Yeah,
the overall
11.6.
11.6, not 17 million. I just
And
want
if if you don't adopt a budget, then nobody gets raises.
Also, like I said, if somebody has access, I would say that a $12,000 change is not material to the overall budget. I would say that if you, as a council,
But that's a legal opinion. I want to.
No, that's
a
what I'm
professional
asking, if somebody
opinion.
has-
It's not illegal, it's a professional opinion based on the chief financial officer of the city.
and from an audit perspective, that, when we look at materiality, that would not be considered a material change.
What I gave you is a legal opinion. You can disagree with it if you want.
But my question is if it stays in there, it doesn't have to be, it's just in there.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was on, that's my fault. So if it's in there, it's up to the mayor whether or not they give that, correct? So it can stay there until January, they can stay there until February. It doesn't have to be given to anyone.
That is correct.
Then Kenneth, why do you put it in there?
We didn't.
There's
put
a
it in
reason.
there. We didn't put it in there, I understand.
There's a reason. And
Yeah.
There's a reason because otherwise he could give Beach a $500,000 raise.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So there are guidelines in there.
Sure.
But we know, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but I also do want to bring in that this was something that I was probably the last person John spoke to about the budget. And he was very adamant. We'd had a number of discussions and they weren't all positive about the request for pay increases. I mean, I challenged him on a number of them. And, one of the positions that John landed on was that he wanted to, what in his mind, he wanted to right a wrong. Kenneth, I know one council meeting you had attested to the fact that, you know, we're not going to make any bones about this, about Katie wanting more money. Why didn't she fight harder for it? Ever since I've started with the city, Katie had been fighting for it. John wanted to give it to her, but he was worried about the perception to other employees. Well, the city has, and you guys have received all the documentation, and I don't have it in front of me tonight, but pay increases have been given outside of the normal budget pay increases to various individuals. So if the perception is that one person is getting something over another, that has happened before. So this is not, you know, a one-time only thing. This is something that John felt very strongly about. And I'm just like Bill Lamline did earlier. He relayed John's wishes on the speed humps. My last conversation with John, I can tell you, and you guys have seen before, Katie asked for a lot more money. I was not in agreement with it, nor was John. And the discussions, Joe sat in my office with John just a week or two prior to this, discussing this budget, how it was going to come to in front of the council during second reading. Joe agreed with it too.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be rude or
And sorry, Joe, I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
I'm not
but-
trying to be rude or disrespectful at all, but if John was sitting here, I'd ask the same question and I would make the same motion.
Latasha, that's perfectly
I'm just
fine.
saying, y'all keep talking in circles about the same thing and all this. It would be the same motion and the same thing.
And I'm just putting the information out there again. Andrea hasn't been privy to any of these previous discussions or
True.
doesn't have any background information about it. So, you know, if nothing else, for her benefit.
Cindy, one follow-up. So there was a motion and a second to take 12,000 off there of that last position on page 2, which we talked about. The new amount would then be 66,915. I would suspect if we do that, then we also need to subtract 12,000 from the reserve to transfer line to make that 1,775,352 in order to balance that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then my second question then would be, how much money from the reserve is going toward the sewer project that's going on?
We have 1.25 million in the budget for the sewer project.
Okay. And that's how much it's going to cost?
We got that number from Olda.
Olda,
Yes. So
which
that's what
came
they're
from
anticipating.
Scott
Okay.
Treese.
And just for the record, then, if we leave that money in, of course, for the sewer issue, that would still leave $525,352 that we're taking from our reserves to balance our budget. Is that accurate?
Run that number by me again, Jason.
525,352.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we're pulling half a million from our reserves just to balance the budget. Got it.
Did Latasha, on Latasha motion?
What?
And I seconded it.
Well, there was a motion by myself and Lucy to approve, so you'd have two motions on the table
To approve.
to approve the ordinance number 8.
So would be a motion to, Latasha would be a motion to amend the budget,
Amend.
I guess, right?
Yes, 12,000.
Yes, and I second the motion to amend.
Amend.
And that's voted on before the other.
That's right. So do we do roll
So
call
we'll
on that?
roll call vote on amending the 12,000 from the budget.
Well, from the whole budget or just from that last position? Like, would it take that one
Oh,
position
From the whole
78
budget,
to
because they
to
said that the mayor can
66?
use it at his
Yes.
discretion,
Yes,
right?
Beach, that's what we talked about, moving it down to 66 and removing it
Okay,
from the
I
whole
mean, I
budget as
think
well.
that's a lawful motion. I I mean.
And also the
you could vote on it.
reducing the reserve by 12,000 as well.
You just would balance,
Yeah.
make
Right.
the appropriate
Correct.
adjustment to balance it. Is that doable, Cindy? Okay.
Need a roll call.
Is it lawful to have a second motion supersede the first motion?
If it's a motion to amend.
Amend.
It is, okay.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure we're following proper procedure.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it
So
roll call
put it
vote?
on the amendment.
To the,
Okay.
for the amendment, yes.
This will be a roll call vote to
To
amend,
end.
to remove the 12,000
Yes.
From the overall budget.
from the overall budget.
Yes.
Latasha,
Yes.
Lucy,
No.
Jason,
Yes.
Jason Taylor,
Yes.
Andrea,
Abstain.
Kenny,
Yes.
Trey,
No.
Laura,
Yes.
we got 5 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstains. Motion passes.
So can I just ask a quick question after the vote? So I'm kind of confused like Laura was. Did we specifically go to, because we attached these last 2 pages listing the positions.
Mhm.
So we specifically stated that the reduction was to come from this position and not just from the budget blindly.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
And then also the reserve on the other aspect.
Yes, 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 absolutely. Okay.
There's a motion to approve the budget.
Now we have to need a.
So,
Would you,
so with that gone, where does that leave us? Because we're still looking at, we're gonna get numbers on, and Cindy's gonna look at, as far as, the revenue side of it, bringing in on the taxes. Do we want to table this until next month when we have that, information from Cindy?
I think I asked that.
yeah.
So we typically pass the budget in June or
Right.
July. We never do the ad valorem until
Oh,
August or
okay.
September anyway.
So it doesn't matter, we can
Correct.
pass the budget
We
and
can't,
then,
we can, yeah. We don't have to, but we can. Yes, correct.
okay.
So if there's no further discussion about
So-
the ordinance.
So do we
can
need
roll
a
call.
second? Do we need to have a motion and a second again? Or do we
No.
go, do we
You already had a
revert back
motion
to
and a
the
Still,
second.
there's
original?
still one on the floor.
There's still one on the floor. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Can I just say something about this budget? There's some good things in this budget, and but the thing that really bothers me about this budget is pulling $525,352 out of reserves just to balance it. I don't have a problem with the sewer project. That money was earmarked for the sewer project, and we planned to pull that money out of reserves for that. But I'm concerned that we are in a state where we are spending more than our revenues are that we're taking in. We're going to be lopsided if we continue to do that.
It's
And
not
I don't feel
sustainable.
comfortable with passing a budget where we're pulling that $500,000 out of reserves.
Well, but I would see that would, you want to lower taxes. And then you think this is too much. And I don't understand that because the city needs a certain amount of money to work. And if you lower taxes, then you're going to have to take money out of reserve.
No, we can cut spending. And the constituent I was talking to today mentioned the city of Crestwood. They've got one mayor and one city clerk, and the city runs fine. Nobody's keeling over dead there in Crestwood because they don't have 78 employees running around. I think we're doing good with our city police. I'm not saying cutting that, but there are plenty of places where we can be more efficient, other than raising taxes. There are a lot of places where we can be more efficient. And obviously taking $500,000 from reserves every year is not sustainable. at some point we run out of money and we got to raise taxes again.
Well, the people of LaGrange are used to a certain level of services. What services then do we remove from what we get? We have a wonderful parks. We have a works department that is great. Our police department is great. So where would it be that you would suggest that we remove that?
Well, I don't think we're going to sit here and
I
figure it out
know,
right
but
now.
that's what I'm saying.
But the main thing is normally what you do is you set the budget where you're not taking money out of reserves and you make it sustainable. And then the mayor and the budget committee get together and figure out where things need to be trimmed. I mean, obviously it can be, like I said, Crestwood operates fine and they don't have a 14 or 17 or whatever $1 million budget.
That's comparing apples and oranges.
It doesn't need to be. Could be the same oranges.
Nope. They don't have a police department.
Well, and I agree with you.
They don't have a parks.
They do have parks. They got a ton of parks.
Do they have a park and recreation department? A director?
I don't think so. No, they have Maples Park though.
I think their city's just smaller.
Their city is smaller.
Well, and it may not be in a perfect comparison, but the point remains.
You all sit here and I don't see that. And I'm going to just say it. You all sit there and say, we have this $14 million surplus. Well, maybe for instances, like to make our budget go, that's one reason we have the surplus.
But some people would also look at that and say that people were overtaxed by 14 million.
Well, I know some people say that, but you also realize that if we had a major catastrophe in our city, at least we'd have the money to help with it.
Some of
And
that
any-
$14 million is earmarked in the future for the sewer project because
Right.
we have a lot of expenses related to that.
Right.
This year, it's not all of the money. We're going to have continuing sewer project expenses coming.
But each
going
year,
forward.
each year we need to review those. And that's the budgets committee's job to do that.
So each year we are going to be pulling money out of the reserves. I personally don't think that we need to pull additional money out just to balance the budget. We should only be pulling out money for that project because we saved money for that project.
Cindy, do you have some things to add?
Yeah, so based on our auditor recommendations, we should not be, nor should we be carrying the kind of cash we have on hand. We should not be carrying $14 million. And if we have, I mean, it's not earmarked, that $14 million is not earmarked for one project. The city collects tax dollars to turn around and invest it back into the community. So as you add community projects that are, and a lot of them are noted on page 2, the special appropriations are on page 3 for the parks. You know, Steve's asking for an additional $280,000 to improve Springs Park. Anytime you add a project to our budget, it's going to pull from reserves, at least at this point in time, because we have saved that money historically and not spent it on those projects.
Can you speak to, I feel like it was one of the smartest things that John did, but with the surplus in reserves, so it does earn interest. Can you speak to how much interest it's pulling in annually? And does that just go into, does it, you know what I mean? Does it just keep cycling back into reserve?
It keeps cycling. The city is only allowed to make investments in certain types of secured investments. So we can't, invest in the stock market or anything like that. So all we get to purchase is T-bills, which we buy them at a discount and then they mature at face value. CDs. So everything is in secured investments, but we're earning like $20,000 a month on our investments. So, you know, we've got $120,000 a year that we're earning just on interest. Or no, that's not right. 240. So, you know, I just want to be clear that, you know, you as a council should also be looking at different projects. Yes, we do have monies reserved for or earmarked for Oldham Reserve.
What was the gist of the auditors, why we shouldn't be carrying a $14 million excess? Was that basically because we're overtaxing?
Not because we're overtaxing, because we are a governmental jurisdiction, and you really are supposed to only be spending what you collect. But we, and I can't say this, but we have collected more dollars than what we have put in so far into Oldham Reserve. I don't know that anybody knew the kind of revenue that the compensation tax would generate, or what the costs. I mean, everybody had estimates of what Oldham Reserve was going to cost. You know, last year we had, I think, $4 million on the books earmarked because we thought we were going to have to pay $4 million into Oldham Reserve last year. We paid half that.
Gotcha.
So
So
it-
to that end, from the auditor, we either lower taxes or we find some way to blow the 14 million. We've
Well,
got to spend it, we got to spend it, or we got to lower taxes, one of the two.
I mean, please don't say blow it, because I don't.
I mean, I know not blow it,
I
but
don't know that the
we gotta-
citizens would want to hear
we
that,
gotta-
but yes,
As somebody who's pretty conservative, especially with other people's money, you know, I want to make sure
Yeah.
that it's,
yeah.
if we don't need it,
I mean,
why are we taxing?
long range, you know, that's why I think one of the reasons why John initiated a committee for, you know, long range planning, to determine, you know, how to spend those funds most effectively. And you are correct. I mean, compensation tax, when I first came on board, Andrea, you were still on the council then, and we addressed, and when I first started, Laura, I think you brought it to the table about lowering the compensation tax. I mean, those are within your power to make adjustments to. At the time, it didn't seem feasible because we thought we were going to have to pull more from our reserves for Oldham Reserve than what we have.
Okay.
So that
So,
was,
so for the record, are you saying that sounds feasible now from your perspective? I'm not saying this month. I'm just saying, are you suggesting that it sounds feasible to reduce the compensation tax?
I would have to run the numbers and get a total.
Mhm.
I would have to get a new perspective from OLDA to see what their projections are for Oldham Reserve. Because the last thing I would want the city to do is have to issue more bonds and take out more debt.
Right. But when you say
So-
we are collecting more than we can spend, and the two options are we just need to spend more money or we need to cut some of these taxes. Is that fair?
That's a fair statement.
Okay.
And that's what the auditor said, so that's
That's a fair
I
statement.
would rather
So
see,
Cindy-
if we had to cut taxes, I'd rather see the taxes cut from our city taxes rather than the compensation tax,
the property taxes that we just talked about that
To
we can't
low-
cut.
to lower them as low as we can.
Well,
Cindy, how
she
much
just said
do
we
we
can't,
have
we can only
left
lower it so much.
after the
Right.
1.25 million that we're pulling for the sewer project?
That's what I want to check.
Okay.
That was phase one. So there's 3 phases for the sewer project. Our last Oldham board meeting, so part of the discussion was getting some utilities into. Ultimately, I'm backing up just a little bit. Sandy Hamilton did speak about having representation of Oldham come here to speak. So they should come here at least annually, and they haven't been here in a while. But part of that development was in a section where they call the rudder, and it doesn't have. Basically, it's just a giant field right now. It doesn't have any utilities reaching it. It didn't necessarily have any planned for, I guess, immediate needs, but I guess things have changed a little bit, and so there is a need to get utilities to that portion. I did ask in the old board meeting who's supposed to pay for this, and I don't want to say I didn't get a clear answer, but basically it would be us and the county would have to pay for the utilities to be put into the rudder in order for continued development in that section. I don't have a great number, and I know that's what you're looking for, but that was part of the discussion.
Okay, so I don't remember the exact figure, but when the sewer project was originally approved, it was to the tune of 18 to 19.
Well, it was 17.5, I think.
Mhm.
Okay, with the idea that it was probably going to be more than that, I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure. But anyway, close to 18 million, and half of that was going to be paid by the city, half of that was going to be paid by the county. So approximately 9 million for the city.
Right.
And this is 1.25. I know we've already spent some other monies. Of that 9 million, what have we spent?
Close to, let's see, we spent 2 million last year. I would have to look what we gave in 2022 and 23. But I'm saying it's probably close to probably 4
million that
4
we've
million.
spent, not including this 1.25.
Correct.
So that would put us
We're at about half.
About half.
About halfway through.
So
Can I add?
Does that
something
sound
to-
right?
That sounds about right. So I will say kind of the give and take. So we have spent some money for utilities, but we've also had some land sales. So we've had some funds come back. And you,
Yeah, we had 457,000 there. Well, that was a land sale that came back, which actually reimbursed us for
yes.
Eden Parkway.
So it kind of like it's almost like you give a little bit of money, but you're getting some
Yeah.
back too. So it's
And we have what is called a reserve price. So for every acre that is sold out in Oldham Reserve, there's a whole formula that Olda has that they put through. And I think that reserve price, what is that at 76,000 an acre?
somewhere around there.
Yeah, so for every acre sold, the city will get back 76,000 per acre. And if it sells for more, we will obviously, so our investment that we've put in, we should get a return on our investment from land sales as well. So even out of half of our investment at we'll just say $9 million, we could potentially see a significant portion of that return to us just in the land sales.
This seems like me something that really the budget committee needs to be discussing with you on that, I think.
Yeah, but it kind of gives, I mean,
gives you,
I know we're all tired and I know it's almost 11 o'clock, but hopefully this gives everyone, some context to start thinking about, because I need to have the questions in order to give you the answers. So.
Right. And I think we have a lot of questions.
Thank you,
I
Cindy.
would like for you to have lots of questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cindy, what is your guidelines for amending the budget if it's not perfect right now?
A budget does not need to be amended unless you're going to significantly have a deviation over the amount or you have a significant expense. I mean, we haven't done a budget amendment. Well, the 22 audit was completed prior to me starting. I don't think that there were any budget amendments for 22. We didn't make any budget amendments for 23. We likely will not have any for 24 or 25.
What's the threshold for significant?
It's anywhere from, I always look at 10 to 15%.
Yeah, that'd be pretty significant.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, and just to let you, just to let you guys know, just because you passed this budget isn't cast in stone the entire year. If there's something that comes up, like for example, Corey's got the L&N dam project going on over there at Wilborn. And if, it comes that we get some significant expense that comes through and we need another $500,000 to fix something over there because the state engineering department says we have to fix something, then we'd have to come back to the city council and ask for a budget amendment.
Right,
Like
that was the nature of my question. I mean, I meant after, if it was to approve tonight and it, as it is with the $12,000 reduction, if it needs to be amended after that, you can do that, correct?
It can be, but then the council would also have to make a pretty good argument for what they want to amend it for.
Right.
So just to revisit the sewer project, if we have $14 million in reserves and we still have about another 4 million or so more that we need to spend on the sewers, then we have approximately a $10 million surplus. Is that what you're saying?
And that's assuming that that there aren't any land sales, and some of that cash is
okay
general business.
I'm just trying to get an
operations,
idea
yeah.
about, when the auditor says, oh, you're carrying too much cash.
Yeah.
What
My
did the auditor
recommendation,
think we should get to? Did he have a recommendation on where we should, because obviously we need a little bit of reserve, but did he have a recommendation on what we should be at, or he just said?
not a
14
specific
million's too
dollar amount.
much?
He did not
Okay.
give us a specific dollar amount.
So what we had projected was for phase one. I believe there were 3 phases.
There were 3 phases.
Mm-hmm. But our projection was just for phase one.
Okay. For the sewers only in phase 1.
Correct.
And there's 3 phases.
Correct.
So are we saying that each one of those phases is going to be 18 million, or are they some of them more, some of them less?
They're different.
Okay.
That's
And
why I think we need to get with
I
Olda
would
and
look
get
for
some numbers
Olda
from Olda.
and Scott Treese because he is spearheading obviously the sewer projects. So I think he and Olda representation would be the best to explain future expenses.
Okay. We didn't discuss all this in budget committee,
We did not.
and I feel like budget committee was not as thorough as it needed to be.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm done.
Great.
Thanks, Cindy.
Are we voting on the pending motion to approve? Is that the next step? All right.
No further discussion? No. Okay.
If you do roll call, will you start from the other side
I
this
was
time?
getting ready to say the same
Yeah.
thing. I was gonna start it over.
Should be random.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Kamer,
Yes.
Councilmember Powell,
Yes.
Councilmember Mancini,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Kamer, or Kinzer, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Ricketts,
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
So we got 7-1. Passes.
Okay. We're ready for committee reports. Wait. Trey, you're up for committee report, sir.
Okay, I'll make it short and sweet. We met on July 8th. We talked about dam safety, preliminary discussions for the park safety. So we were going to have a presenter come in, but due to the circumstances over last week, we canceled that meeting. We would have a meeting on August 12th at 5 o'clock. That's the end of my report.
Next would be ordinance.
Laura, ordinance committee report.
We did not meet in July. We had finished up all the ordinances we were working on and are looking to look at a new ordinance. One ordinance that Mayor Black had suggested was looking at the historic district guidelines. But we felt that we needed to invite the public to comment on that, as well as the Historic District Commission. So I'm looking at the potential for August 18th for ordinance committee, if the members would be able to attend at 5 p.m. on the 18th.
What day of the week is that?
It's a Tuesday.
Did you say that the Historic District Commission, you invited them to come to that meeting?
I will, but I need to have a date,
Okay, you would, but on that day.
if that date works for
And
everyone.
that's at 6.
Usually we do 5,
5, okay.
but if we need to change that, we can.
I work until 5, so I can be there like 5:15 would be my.
Do you want to say 5:30?
5:30 would be great.
Does that sound good, Lucy?
That's fine.
5:30? All right, 5:30 on August 18th, we will invite the Historic District and any residents who are interested in commenting on those guidelines, because I know there's a lot of people that have concerns. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Lucy, Personnel and Insurance Committee.
We did not meet in July because it seems like the last couple of things that we have brought to council have wanted to be tabled or postponed until the first of the year. So I'm not too sure. I want some guidance. We were tasked with updating the personnel handbook. And there were certain things that should be in the personnel handbook that we did approve, but a few more things we needed to approve. But I'm frustrated in the fact that what our committee is trying to do has not been received well. And I'm not too sure about the insurance aspect of it. Have not met with Katie to see what we need to do about that. But other than that, at this point, is there anything else that the council needs the personnel committee to do?
Well, at your request, I've written a letter to the Attorney General asking for
Have
his
you?
opinion as to whether the city is in violation of KRS 83L.
Okay, yeah, I did do that. Have you gotten a response
No,
from that?
I still haven't got one back from March, I think.
Okay, did you send it, Veach?
Yes,
Okay, so we're waiting on that response.
right.
I just want it clarified about if we don't have a compensation and pay scale plan, are we actually in violation? And
Did you miss what KLC lead counsel said?
I know what they said.
KLC is not the law. Okay.
I want-
I am aware that KLC's opinion has been a long-standing opinion.
But I want
It's in their
Attorney
book,
General.
it's in their manual, and it's posted on their website. Not the law.
And it's provided to city officials for reference for legal knowledge. And
Well, it gives you some defense as to your violation.
But
it's-
what
they're
we
not the
did
law.
by
That's why I asked the Attorney General.
I have just asked
keep you
for an
posted.
Attorney General. If he says KLC is right, then I'm okay. I just want to get the Attorney General's opinion. And it's nothing to anything that's going on. I requested it.
Sure. I think the issue, though, we added that section to the budget at the recommendation of the KLC, which makes us, according to them, in compliance. So if you're going to ask the Attorney General anything, they need to know all of that information, not just some random question. They need to know what we've done. We've talked to the KLC, what the KLC said. They need all the facts before they opine. That's my opinion.
You're setting them up for failure. Setting them up to
Setting up who up?
the attorney general. You're not giving them all the facts. You're not gonna be
The only fact that we're asking him is, are we in compliant? Are we not in compliance? Is that it, Beach?
That's the sole question I
Okay,
asked.
that's all I want to know. Are we in compliance? Are we out of compliance? That's the only thing we wanted to know. And if we're in compliance, then okay, I'm fine.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna.
Can we
if-
move
if-
to public
if there's
comment,
good faith reliance
please?
upon Kentucky League of Cities, I think you
I
have
think we
some
need to discuss
defense.
this.
I don't know that I have no idea what his reaction would be.
Now, I would just like that. And I thank you, Beach, for writing that. Personnel, until we get more guidance as to what the council wants us to do, unless there comes up something on the insurance, which is getting close, then we'll meet. But other
And
than
that's
that-
Lucy's choice. Latasha and I didn't get asked about that. Did you? Okay, so
Yeah.
that's just straight Lucy unilaterally made that choice on no longer having personnel committee meetings.
Well, then what do you want to discuss at the personnel meeting?
Okay, public hearing. Got a public comment? Anybody want to make a public comment? Okay. Next, we got open discussion related to any old business. We got any old business to discuss?
I have a question, and maybe Mr. Rusnick can address it. I had somebody at Woodland Lakes, one of the neighbors, just ask if there were any plans to complete the sidewalks on 146 outside of Woodland Lake subdivision. He said he thought the city had permission from the owner of the property to complete it, through the driveway. And I told him I would ask just to get an update. Corey, if you had any update, I'll share it with him.
We do. I have a contractor lined up. We're just waiting on the budget to pass. So he should be starting in the next couple weeks.
I don't know.
Is there any plan to connect that on the right side?
You're talking about going past, like into like
Like
Wayne's?
when you're, you know where the Polaris.
Because there is two houses there.
Well, where that Polaris place is.
Mhm.
I don't know where their property line is, but the Woodland Lakes, has a
It stops
sign.
at Woodland Lakes, right?
There's a sign there, so there's a portion of that land that belongs to the subdivision.
Okay.
And the sidewalk just stops. So what happens is if people are walking down the sidewalk,
It doesn't come all the way
it
out
doesn't
to.
come all the way out to the road. And people turning from 146 just zoom right around that corner. And generally people in strollers or whatever are in the road.
Okay,
So
we'll look at it.
there's a little bit of a safety issue right there, I think.
We'll look at it. It shouldn't be too big of a deal, really. Probably
It's
take it
not-
all the way up and put a crosswalk across.
Yeah,
the
there's
entrance,
not that much left, but the builder just stopped it right after that first.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look at it.
Okay.
Sure. I can't imagine it's gonna be a very long project. It shouldn't take them but 2-3 weeks. Yeah. So I'm ready
Can-
for it. It's been a long time coming.
Can I ask additional question? So I know the major hangup was right there where the residence garage kind of section was, and then there was also the sinkhole area as well. I guess those were the two main
Right.
things that we've been discussing for the better part of 2 years,
Forever,
I guess. But there is a business there that has like a gravel driveway. So was the intention to have sidewalk go in front of that business?
What
Since there's not
what
one?
should be done is there should be an apron poured in with a sidewalk on the backside of the apron to make it right.
Yeah.
So it's not really in this project, but that's not as big a deal because that's already in the right of way. So we already have the encroachment permit for this project, so that's good from KYTC.
That'll at least help the connectivity, but it won't solve that
Gravel spot.
particular gravel area.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that and East Crystal's almost done. We've got about 80% of that done, and then you're just trying to knock out some connectivity. So, while I'm at it, while I'm here, we're having a meeting here Wednesday, 7 o'clock, for sidewalks on Jaeger. We sent a note out to all the property owners for a questionnaire and feasibility. So,
Thank you, Corey.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have a request of Councilman Jason Taylor. Relations to the committee, you are the chairperson of the Long Range Plan Committee, and Latasha and I are both on it. And since the beginning of last year, we've only met once. I have a few things I'd like to discuss. I'd like to call a meeting.
Yeah, I think, you know when that is for August? 'Cause I was gonna ask, basically, I've been asking people if they have anything, if not, we've been canceling, and nobody's had anything for a while. I'd be happy to call that.
No, it's not the third Thursday. It's a Monday.
Yeah. 17th or 24th. 17th. Right, we were down on the books. Every 2 months we were doing. Yeah, there's none on the books right now. Your mic's off. I don't have my calendar in front of me, but we could schedule something. Sure. Let's see.
Let me look at here. August. The third Monday is August the 17th.
Yeah, I'm just getting back from somewhere, but we can do that, or we can do the next week. What if there's a date and time that works for you both?
Now, August the 24th would be our personnel.
Personnel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we could probably do. How long do you think that would be, Lucy? We need to schedule it for.
I would say no more than an hour, really, because I just have a few things that I'd like to put out there.
Okay. 6 p.m. on the 17th. Would that be okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sounds good.
Finish.
6 p.m.
And I have a couple things too, if everybody else is finished. First thing, our city clerk, Heather Woodcox, and I recently found out about this, that she had access to look over payroll and check that things were right. As a separate set of eyes taking a look over everything. And my understanding is that she found a couple of errors, brought it through the appropriate channels, and was promptly removed from having any access to payroll. I would liken it to if one of my employees found things missing out of the walk-in cooler, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to take away your keys to the walk-in so you can't look in the walk-in anymore." So I would like to make a motion to officially add Heather back to having access to have another set of eyes on payroll to look for errors or omissions or anything.
Second.
Second, thank you.
Oh, that's crazy.
Agreed. Anybody want to discuss it? And I
Sure.
checked with Heather to make sure before I proposed this.
Can we go into detail what she
Seems
found that was
reasonable
missing?
to have somebody else to look at it.
Oh, okay, got you.
I guess the only question I would have is, isn't that a function of the executive branch? So, I mean, I would think that would be the discretion of the mayor, who has access to whatever, and I don't think the council should be able to tell how to operate business.
Would the mayor be amenable to that possibility then?
Well, the council does have oversight authority over administration. So, I mean, I'm not sure that making a motion is the way to, I mean, you even have subpoena powers if you really want to get heavy about it.
Could
So,
we request that he look at that?
I mean, I don't know that you could maybe ask for a study or something, or investigation, if that's what you think it rises to that level.
I don't want to.
If she's always had it, why wouldn't she just have it? And
Well, I would think that the city clerk has to have access.
You would think so.
To all records.
Agreed.
It was just the HR and the payroll at that time. And it was an
HR and payroll is the same person, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
And that's already a
speak to it
conflict
too
of
for a minute?
interest.
So when Heather job description was changed to become city clerk, we eliminated her from all accounting responsibilities, including payroll. So we have 3 people that have access to the payroll system. Katie processes payroll, Paul has access to it, and I reconcile everything that is paid, the taxes, the 941s to the W-2s. So I am the second set of eyes.
Yeah, and I would just like to say Heather did not bring this to me. I found this out through other avenues. So she
Yeah,
didn't come and tattletale. I just want everybody to know.
No. And Heather brought, I know the situation that you're
Okay.
referring to, and Heather did bring that to me.
Okay.
And the subsequent removal of her from the payroll system is totally independent of what she found, because we did take steps to correct that problem.
Okay. I have, part of the thing is, obviously you're very good at what you do. I know this, but Heather's been around for a long time. She knows what's supposed to be what. She knows why and how when everything was passed and how it was passed and how it's supposed to go down and what everything is supposed to look like. And not that you guys don't, but to me personally, if it was my business, I would like to have her eyes taking a look at it. She's had her eyes taking a look at it for a while, and she's found discrepancies previously. So I don't see why it would be taken away from her to be able to have those. And I ask her if she would do this.
Well, the only thing here again, that would be a change in job description for her, and that would probably, and if you're going to ask her to do that, then I'm going to ask her to add on additional responsibilities to do reconciliations, which now adds her back into the accounting department, which is going to take more of her time, because it doesn't make sense for her not to have access to all the insurance rates, to all the retirement rates. I mean, there's a lot of deductions for employees and pay rates and hours that without all the necessary information for her to be looking at.
And I get that, and I get that you would like her to have all that, but and I'm not trying to be mean, but that's not your job. It's council determines who has what job and what the pay rate is and what the jobs are. So I would like her to have her eyes on that.
And this would be one argument that I've been fighting for, is to have a city administrator who could look over that.
Heather always did it in the past. This is my thing.
I know, but if it is no longer in her, another thing that she'd have to do, that's just another argument for.
She wouldn't have to. It would just be having
But
access.
Heather, are you willing to do it?
Yeah, but don't
You're
we,
okay
haven't-
with it?
Haven't we just added job descriptions for
Yeah.
people in the past and
I
just
just
said
wanted to
do
say
it?
it out loud.
That's kind of my question.
So Mayor, if you'd like to add that, give her access back without us doing a whole motion and an ordinance and all that, that would help a lot. But if not, then we can do an ordinance and motion and go that way. What?
I think the city clerk ought to have access to anything she wants.
I agree.
Agree.
Well, there you go.
City clerk.
I would agree.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor. I had one other thing too. Our mayor.
Only thing, as a former computer analyst, there's types of access. There's read-write access and there's read access. So you're talking about just read access, not change access.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as we define what access means.
Yes.
Look, but not touch.
Yeah, reasonable. And in most cities, the city clerk does payroll, or the chief financial officer does payroll. And in most of them, correct.
Can I make an alternative suggestion to the computer access?
All right.
Can we provide detailed, because we have to save it anyway. So we can provide a general folder that we've always done, run the payroll reports for Heather to view at her perusal.
So you just
'Cause
want
she
to add
would-
what you want in there? And then that's all
No,
she wants
it's
to-
not. No, it's not an add what we want.
I'd rather her
just
have
don't-
what she had before.
I
I'd
just-
rather have
yeah.
the access she had before.
Fair enough.
She found things. She knows she knows, the old saying, she knows where all the bodies are buried.
And,
So-
and just to let you know, that there will be an additional cost to add her as another user. So
Okay.
it's not.
We'll pay it.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
All right. And my other thing that I had was I would like to propose a day to celebrate Mayor Black. My initial thought was when I sent the email out to you guys, my initial thought was the next trackside tunes, because Mayor at the last trackside tunes, he was dancing, he was judging a dance contest, he was selling shirts, he was among the people, he was in his element, he was having a great time. It was a great day. And I think everybody could saw him could see how happy he was. So that was my first thought, is making it on the last trackside tunes day of the summer. However, some colleagues brought to me that it would be very soon with the family still grieving. So the suggestion was made, perhaps we move that to Mayor Black's birthday on May 15th. So I wanted to kind of, we don't have to do anything right now, but I wanted to kind of bring that to the council and see what you guys thought on that as far as a date or a day or something like that. I mean, he was here for a long time. He'd done a lot of stuff. So I think it would be a nice thing to do a celebration of him every year. And I think he earned that. So anyway, yes, Steve. Oh, you're looking at May 15th. I know that's right around the time of Railfest too. So we would need to discuss it.
Well, I know, just throwing a suggestion there. Mayor Black had scheduled a date in October. He was working with a veterans group to bring a music after the farmers market, music and a motorcycle ride in October. I'm scrambling to look on my phone to see what that is, but I know that's something he wanted. He was spearheading, and I know that's far off, so I just thought I would throw that there since you're talking about something. I'll try to look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good idea as well. Okay.
Just wanted to throw there because I know that was in the works, and I would need to figure out if it's still happening.
Okay. Like I said, my original thought was to have it trackside tunes, but I agree. After my colleague said, "Hey, this is really soon," good point. I hadn't really considered that. So it's something we can talk about and figure out. If anybody has suggestions, we can email about it and see what everybody thinks as far as a good date. But I think it would be a good thing to do. So anyway, that's all I had.
All right. Number 22, open discussion related to any new business. Council member Kenneth Powell, discussion relating to creation of an ordinance for mayor and or city council vacancy procedure.
Yep, thanks, Joe. I did bring this up when everything happened last week because we were just kind of left in limbo. And we don't have any type of procedure or ordinance or anything to follow. And we don't have to do it now if we don't want to because of the time, but I would like for us all to figure out how we can not just help this council, but council and mayors going forward, that they have some type of guideline that could possibly follow suit and a situation that, maybe it's not as a tragic situation, but maybe it's a situation where someone has to have a surgery and recovery could be 3 to 6 months or longer at times. That we could, fill that vacancy pretty easy, smoothly, and we had a plan in place. That's why like I said, Thursday, the county does it by seniority with the magistrates. That's kind of why I just kind of followed suit with that. That was the only reason. But I think that if we did that, I think that would kind of be the easiest way. And then if we wanted to fit it, like the situation now where we had a council member became the mayor and then we had to replace the council seat, we could do it with a process of elimination. I'm still for, if you're on a ballot and it's an election year, I don't think that you should fill the seat. So we could do it, one way or the other, that we go back to the previous election, either the ninth person, unless they're on the ballot, and so forth and so on. That's just my suggestion. I don't know what anybody else thinks. The most senior council member would fill the mayor's seat, go back to the following election. If the ninth member accepts the position, they take it as long as it's not an election year and they're not on the ballot. If they don't, we go to the 10th member. and so process of elimination that way. It just gives us a starting point and a plan that we can follow.
There's something on the books, because I was looking this up, and there's something on the books about having a special election. There's more than 3 months or so. I can't remember now, but at some point you have a special election to give the people a choice versus just automatically kicking it to the next person. There's a special election involved, and I can't remember all of it, but we'll need to look at that.
You know,
We'll need to look
because
at that.
technically, you still
Okay.
only have 30 days. I mean, if we didn't do
Yeah.
anything, the governor would appoint it, and then I guess the special election would come in effect that way. So
Could
we
that
have a
be
plan.
something
Ken,
that the ordinance committee could,
Yeah,
Could
Ken, do you know if the counties
look into?
does that by ordinance or by,
From what I was told,
state law?
from what I gathered, and it was just a quick conversation, was I believe every new uh, new body of government for the county, they vote the very first meeting to fill the judge's seat with the most senior magistrate based on how the election turns out.
Well, we could do that one or two ways. We could do it by an ordinance or by amending our bylaws.
Okay.
or
And that's why I'm bringing it
something
up.
like that.
However, whatever we see we would need to do, I think that's why we need to discuss it, you know, and put
Okay.
something in place. However,
I agree.
whatever we see fit, it just, and it's not just for us, it's for future councils and future mayors. So I think if we have a plan in place, it would make the transition a lot easier, if something happens like that. So yeah, bylaws, ordinance,
Or
however we see it.
charter, I think we have a charter, you know, we could, that might be the place to do it.
Okay. I'm just making the suggestion I'd like for us to figure out, and we don't have to do it tonight. Maybe we think
Right.
about this and we can do it in September. We've
Right.
got it covered now, but let's plan ahead. Let's not be stuck in the situation.
It's my opinion that the state law tells us what the procedures are to have a new mayor elected, and we followed those procedures. And then we also followed those procedures to elect a new council member. It's my opinion that we did that pretty efficiently and quickly. And I don't think that we need to set up guidelines in addition to what the state law already tells us. Could be situations where the most senior member of the council has another job or wouldn't be able to fulfill the role of mayor, or maybe the ninth person who came in on the ballot was not able to fulfill the role of council member. So I feel like that those things need to be fluid and open depending upon the situation that we would be faced. So it's my opinion that we don't need to go outside of what state law already tells us we should do.
Can we get the public involved? We get the public involved that way too. If we do like we did it, we get the public here. They have a say in it. They can speak versus just automatically going to, you know, Bob or whatever. Yeah, that's a good point. I see Candace's point too, but I think you make a better
Just
point.
was
Lauren.
merely a suggestion, and I see both sides. I just want to make sure that we know what's going to happen.
Well, let's hope that we aren't faced with this anytime
Amen to
again
that.
soon.
Along those lines, thanks to everybody here for just making this an efficient process the last week. I think we all did a pretty good job, and sad situation, but thank you all.
I would agree.
And thank you, Jason, for helping with that.
Anytime I can do, I'll do what I can. Hopefully we'll have to do that again.
All righty.
I cannot ask y'all this via email, so I'll ask you now. Mayor Black had listed October 17th at Springs Park was Disabled American Veteran Motorcycle Rally. I have no clue what it meant, but if you all want me to investigate and if we want to do something then, I can work with the other directors and maybe we can figure out what was planned, who's coming, and if we want to honor then. But I didn't want to put you on a position to answer by email.
Is that a Saturday?
It's a Saturday after the farmer's market.
Okay.
So if you all want me to pursue it, figure out what's going on, I will. Sure.
Investigate, sure. Why not?
Yeah, okay. And I'll let you all know. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
All righty, announcement, our next regular scheduled city council meeting will be Tuesday, September the 8th, 2026. And we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Get up and run.
11:25.